Hello everyone and welcome to what I hope is the start of something incredible. This is the Red Zone like you've never seen it before. I figured I'd make the broadcast go live on Premiere a few minutes before 1 o'clock Eastern so that it gives people time to get on and get everything they need to set up before the games actually start. So with that being said, what is this? There's a link in the description from about a week ago where I introduced this idea. About 15 years ago, DirecTV created something as part of their Sunday ticket package called the RedZone channel, and NFL Network adopted a similar channel that they like to air on Sundays during the season. It's a really exciting way to watch football, where anytime a team is inside the 20-yard line, they'll show it. There's no commercials, they'll show two games at once if they have to, there's no punting, there's non-stop action. As Scott Hanson likes to say, it's 7 hours of commercial-free football. It is an incredible concept. And if I've only got one TV available to me and the Jaguars aren't playing, I'm throwing on the Red Zone. The thing with the Red Zone, though, is that it was created in 2005, so for the first 85 years of the league's existence, no such thing existed. And a few weeks ago, when they rebroadcast each of the Red Zones from 2019, I came up with an idea. What if there was a way to sync up a bunch of old footage and recreate the Red Zone from another week in a random season? So that's exactly what I did. I was able to find the full game footage from all 6 games that took place at 1 o'clock during week 2 of the 1988 season. I was able to sync everything up and create a broadcast of the Red Zone. Basically, on September 11th, 1988, if the Red Zone channel existed, this is what you would have been watching. So you'll see 6 games taking place today. Pittsburgh at Washington, San Francisco at the New York Giants, Chicago at Indianapolis, Miami at Buffalo, Tampa Bay at Green Bay, and New Orleans at Atlanta. We'll jump around from each of these games. We'll show all the big plays if stuff happens off screen. We'll go split screen when we have to. And because they didn't have score bugs or bottom lines back then, I added those in, so that you'll know what the score is, as well as know score updates from around the league on a 10-minute basis. This also means that every reference that is made is being done with the fact that it is September 11th, 1988. As an example of that, one of the games is Miami at Buffalo. The kicker for the Bills is Scott Norwood. You're not going to hear any references to his missed kick at Super Bowl 25 or anything like that, since at the time, that had not happened. We're keeping this in the moment, which I think is really cool. No hindsight or foreshadowing future events or anything like that. When I posted this idea about a week ago, I had no idea what on earth would come of it. I didn't know how many people would be interested or care or what would happen, since nothing like this has ever been done before. Instead, to my surprise, this absolutely blew up. The most subscribers I ever gained in one day was about 6 months ago, when I made a video on the disastrous Just for Feed ad that aired at Super Bowl 33, and that post blew up somehow. 3 hours after I posted this video, I reached my one-day best. First time ever gaining 100 subs in a day, and that took place over 3 hours. The reception for this has been overwhelmingly positive, which I am super excited about. I saw people posting about this on Twitter. I've had people message me saying they planned their entire Sunday around this, and that they're going to be gathering with family and friends and be watching this. I had one person even tell me they're creating a fantasy league for this moment. The fact that there's been so much engagement and activity around this is truly something that I never expected, and I am so grateful and thankful for that. I wanted to make this feel like an event, especially nowadays when we're all craving for sports so desperately. And the fact that you guys are going above and beyond and responding to that is truly something else. Now, I mentioned this in the introductory video, but I've never been more proud of a video before. This took a month of work, in terms of finding the right clips and the right week to do this, and then watching all the games, figuring out what goes where, and piecing it all together. Then, there's the custom music that I made for this. There's 8 different and brand new music tracks that I've created for highlight packages in this, that you've never heard before. It was a lot of work, but if this goes well, I will be more than happy to do it again sometime soon and get another Red Zone type broadcast going. So you might be wondering with all this, who's going to be the host? Who is going to be the Andrew Siciliano or Scott Hanson figure? It's not going to be me. I pitched this idea on Reddit about a month ago, and there, the reception was great. But there was someone who said that they wanted to help out and be the host. He sent me his tape, and I was really impressed. We've been in constant communication since, and once this intro is done and that clock hits triple zeros, you're going to be hearing his voice for the next 3.5 hours whenever we're showing highlights or flipping between games. He goes by the Reddit username fenshield, and he's been such a big help throughout all of this. I think you're going to like what you hear. I can't thank him enough for all his help with this. Now, if you're new to the channel, this channel is a giant mix of NFL content, mainly broken up into two components. One of these components is the historical videos. I love finding random pieces of historical context that aren't widely talked about, and just researching those and seeing what kind of rabbit hole I can go down. These videos can vary from 3 minutes long to long-form 20-minute pieces of work, depending on how much I can find. I know I haven't been able to do a whole lot of those videos lately because I've been working on this one, but don't worry, these history videos are coming back this week. The second component is the highlight videos. When it's a player's birthday, I like to put together a compilation of their longest touchdowns, or in some cases, every touchdown that they've ever scored. The reason you're seeing an uptick in those lately is because those are typically easier to put together, and this project has taken up so much time, and I don't have to worry about going through newspaper articles and seeing if I can find something, or writing a script, or editing audio, or anything like that. But those two types of videos are the things you can expect if you're new to the channel and thinking about subscribing. The other thing I want to mention before we kick this off, since some people have asked about this, is that starting today, I am launching a Patreon. This is the only time I'm going to bring this up, but I've had a few people, and I'm so grateful for this, ask me if there was a way to pay me for this, since there's a very good chance that I'm not going to be making any money off of this video directly because of how much NFL related content is in it. So I decided to set up a Patreon with 3 tiers. At the lowest level, you'll get your name featured at the end of each video. At the middle level, you'll get your name at the end of each video, plus for any history videos like the long form vids or the 3-minute vids, you'll get access to them 24 hours before I make them public. And for the highest tier, you will get all of that, plus you will get to request topics for future 3-minute history videos. So if you want me to do a historical video on some event that happened, I can get that done. Those are the 3 tiers, and any amount helps. I'll leave a link to the Patreon in the description, but unless I change any tiers or anything like that, this will be the last time I verbally talk about it on the channel. If you also want to donate during the stream, I think there's a way to do that with Super Chat. This is the first time I've ever used YouTube Premiere for any video, since I wanted everyone to be watching this at the same time, so I'm not entirely sure of how that works. But again, I'm incredibly grateful and thankful for any donation that's made. I love making these videos, it's not about the money for me, and I've never been more proud of any video than the one you're about to see. So with all of that being said, it is time to rewind. It is time to go back in time 32 years to September 11th, 1988, week 2 of the 1988 NFL season. The number 1 song at the time was Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses. The number 1 movie at the box office was Moon over Parador. And around the NFL, Washington was ready to play their first home game since winning Super Bowl 22. The Colts just acquired 4-time Pro Bowl linebacker Fred Young from the Seahawks for multiple first-round picks. And Bears defensive end and Super Bowl 20 MVP Richard Dent got suspended and then had the suspension lifted, all within the span of a few days. Are you ready for what you're about to witness? Then let's do it. The road to Super Bowl 23 continues here. 3.5 hours of commercial-free football starts right now.
The game is over. The New York Jets are the world champions. And the kick is up. The kick is good. Kimmel Brand with 5 seconds.
This one is over. Edwards is down at the 28, and the Steelers repeat.
The Steelers have won it. The best Super Bowl game of them all.
Welcome to a vintage Red Zone experience. Thanks for joining us. My name is Fenshield, and I'll be taking you through 6 fantastic Week 2 matchups this afternoon. We're going to start here in New York with the Giants taking on the San Francisco 49ers. Last week, the Niners started out the season with a narrow 1-point win in the Superdome. Joe Montana finding Johnny Frank for one of 3 beautiful touchdowns, but Montana would exit the game in the second half. Steve Young came in, and the game came down to this pick from big nose tackle Michael Carter. There's Young celebrating. He will get the start today. And the Giants last week knocked off the reigning Super Bowl champion Washington Redskins, starting the 1988 season off on the right foot, unlike Skins punter Steve Cox, who had his punt blocked by Gary Reasons in the fourth quarter, and Tom Flynn, getting some blockers, takes it all the way to the house as the Giants put away their NFC East rival in a huge confidence-boosting game. Jumping over to sunny Atlanta, the Falcons are prepping to take on the New Orleans Saints this week. There we see Saints QB Bobby Hebert getting ready to take the field. As we mentioned, the Saints lost by a point to the 49ers last week, but Hebert did everything he could to keep New Orleans in that game, capitalizing on Montana's exit, getting off 4 terrific touchdown passes, one to Eric Martin, here's one to Robert Clark. No idea where the Niners D was there. Hebert also using his legs to get it to Lonzel Hill, but ultimately the Saints came up just short. They're hoping that effort will be enough to stop Atlanta. And speaking of, there's the number 1 overall draft pick from April, Andre Bruce, suiting up for his first NFL game and immediately showing why he went number 1 with a sack, taking down Chuck Long. But let's not forget, there's a reason the Falcons had the first pick in the first place. Quarterback Chris Miller played decently with a nice touchdown to Alex Higdon. But look at this. Aubrey Matthews looking totally lost on this kick return, loses the football. Lions scoop it up. George Jameson touchdown. Really wasn't that close. Heading up north to historic Lambeau Field, and we've got an NFC Central matchup with the Packers taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a beautiful autumn day. There's Vinny Testaverde warming up for the Bucs, and it can only go up from here. Look at that, 5 interceptions last week in a blowout loss to Philadelphia, but there's one play we want to show you. Testaverde late in the fourth quarter throwing to Mark Carrier, who dodges Eagle defenders all the way down the field for a 59-yard touchdown. Carrier showing his namesake, but it was too little too late at this point. 41-14 the final, and a terrible home opener for Tampa. The Packers didn't fare much better with their first home game of the season. Quarterback Randy Wright was getting smacked around all day by the Rams defense, and he didn't do himself any favors either by sending this one right into the hands of Jerry Gray. Another contest that wasn't very close. Packers embarrassed themselves 34-7. LA gets the win. They're hoping to bounce back today to get a leg up in that division. Let's take a look at Indianapolis now as the Colts are playing host to the Chicago Bears. There we see Fred Young, and what's he looking at? Oh, it's Richard Dent doing push-ups right on the AstroTurf. It's never too late to get some reps in, I suppose. Something tells me that that's a normal warm-up for the former Super Bowl MVP, but he can do quite a few of those. Let's take a look at the Colts. Last week, Donald Thompson barreling down like a truck on Warren Moon. It's too bad the Colts offense couldn't be as effective. Gary Hogeboom struggling with an ugly pick 6 right in the first quarter. Steve Brown 44-yard return for a touchdown. Ended up being a close one, but the day belonged to Houston, winning by a field goal. A much happier story for the Bears. Kick off to the 1988 season with a big win at home against Miami. Neil Anderson rushed for 123 yards, and Thomas Sanders got a nice long 20-yard touchdown run here as well, as it was all Chicago last Sunday in Soldier Field. The Bears fans loved that. Marino and company had no answer. 34-7 Chicago. Let's move on now to the Steelers traveling to Washington to face the champion Redskins. Here we get a nice shot of RFK Stadium. It's a gorgeous day out there in the nation's capital, made even more gorgeous by that shiny new Lombardi. Coach Joe Gibbs getting ready on the sidelines, and he's going to have to come up with some creative ways to stop Ernest Jackson, who had no problem shedding Dallas defenders in the first game of the season. Pittsburgh would take that one 24-21 with Jackson rushing for 76 yards and 2 big touchdowns. He and Bubby Brister lifting the Steelers to their first win of the season in Pittsburgh. And as we showed before the Redskins faced the Giants, main thing Pittsburgh will need to be afraid of is the Skins' defense, which just crushed Phil Simms left and right, Darrell Green, Steve Butts, and Charles Mann all notching sacks. Super Bowl MVP Doug Williams also played well despite the loss, connecting here with Ricky Sanders for a touchdown, hoping a home field advantage will be enough to get them the first win of the year. And our last game in this early slot is the Miami Dolphins versus the Buffalo Bills, here from historic Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. The crowd is packed for some Bills football. And there's the man himself, Dan Marino, already not looking happy. You know he wants to get back on track after that loss to the Bears last week, but it wasn't for lack of trying, handing off to Jim Jensen, just getting pinballed around by the Bears D, but that pileup kind of just symbolizes what happened to Miami that game. Meanwhile, the Bills got a nice win last week against Minnesota with a great defensive effort. Watch Fred Smirlis take down Vikings quarterback Wade Wilson here, and wait for it, it's Leon Seals coming down, ouch, adding insult to injury, sealing the deal for the Bills to win by a field goal. But now it's time to head back to the Giants Stadium as we get ready for the start of week 2 of NFL football. The players are on the field, and it's getting time to go.
He's back deep, along with Harry Sidney. Last 2 times.
All right, you know what the tradition is. Here we go. 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now.
17-3 and 85. Dubose at the goal line. Cut down as he gets to the 27-yard line, and Steve Young comes on for his first start of the year. And for the Giants defensively, Eric Dorsey, Eric Howard, and John Washington up front. The linebackers without Lawrence Taylor, of course, Banks, Pepper Johnson, Harry Carson, and Andy Hedden. And in the defensive secondary, Mark Collins, Perry Williams, both played well Monday night, Terry Kennard, and Kenny Hill. 3 starts last year, 57%, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. They test the middle and find nothing there. Dorsey leads the charge with Harry Carson. Offensively for the 49ers with Young at quarterback, Roger Craig and Tom Rathman in the backfield, Wes Chandler and Jerry Rice at the wide receivers. John Frank doesn't play today because of injuries. Steve Wallace, Sapolu, Cross, McIntyre, who might see some action at tight end, along with Harris Barton in the offensive line. 2nd and 9. Rathman to the left side. Young, first pass of the day. Caught by Rice, and that might be enough for the first down at the 38-yard line.
You know, what's interesting, Vern, is that the 49ers started the first 2 plays with 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and only 1 back in there. In fact, Roger Craig wasn't in there.
Roger Craig now comes in, and they will bring the chains out to see if Rice got the first down. I don't think anybody wants to have a bigger game today than Jerry Rice. He was so frustrated by his last 2 appearances here.
Well, you know, he was saying the last time, remember that game, the playoff game, he was carrying the ball. He was wide open, going for a touchdown, and the ball just popped out. He fumbled it. He said since that game, he has never worn long sleeves again.
It'll be officially 3rd and 1. It's 3rd and a link, a chain link, maybe 2. There's Jerry Rice, who was held to 2 completions last week in 2 games at Giants Stadium, both in the playoffs. 7 for 93 yards, no touchdowns, and the big one was that drop of a potential touchdown.
It was funny, we were talking last night to both Jerry Rice and to Steve Young, and Jerry Rice said, well, I didn't get the ball much last week, was no big deal. And Steve Young said, I'll guarantee you're going to get it a lot tomorrow.
And he goes to him on first down. 3rd and 1. Last week, 7 of 10 on 3rd down conversions. Quarterback sneak. And Steve Young has picked up enough for the first down. Ball out to the 40-yard line.
That's one thing I think we're going to see a lot more of with Steve Young and Joe Montana is organized quarterback runs. Now that was one, obviously a quarterback sneak. I think we're also going to see bootlegs where
Let's bring in the Pittsburgh at Washington game as the Steelers have crossed midfield.
Almost straight up. Yeah, he said he's in a greater shape he's ever been in his life. Straight ahead, Ernest Jackson
Plows to the 41 of the Redskins. Runs into Wilbur Marshall, the right linebacker. A gain of 4, second down 6. Steelers have a march on now, starting on their 21. 38-yard sustained drive so far, using the clock up. 11:50 to go. First period, we have no score. Weegee Thompson spread to the left, Lips to the right. Lips usually lines up on that right side all the way. This is a second down play. 5 to go. There goes Weegee in motion. Delay. They get off to Stone. Stone hammered down at the 38-yard line, maybe the 37. 2-yard gain. It'll be third down and 4.
Pittsburgh getting some good blocking. This Pittsburgh Steeler team, great trapping team. This play, a little inside trap on the draw play, and they'll run that draw in particular to try and limit the rush of that Washington Redskin defensive line.
A couple of new players go in the offensive line. It's third and 3. Steelers on the 37.5-yard line of the Redskins. Brister will throw a big rush on him. He's got a man open, and it's incomplete. That was Weegee Thompson. Weegee Thompson is out in the open momentarily. Barry Wilburn defending against him. And we have
personal foul against Washington. Penalty dropped early. Frequently in that area, a blow to the head or to the face mask of the offensive
Personal foul, illegal head slap. 74 defense, 15 yards and a first
Marcus
down.
Cook, number 74, illegal head slap. Maybe better remind Cook, if he'd have played in my era, he could have done that, Kurt. Not allowed anymore.
Not now.
One of the things you've got to love about Bubby Brister is the fact that he gets back there, he reads the defense, and he can unload that ball in a hurry. A great, strong arm.
Steelers on the Redskin 23, a first down. Jackson and Stone, the split backfield. The motion was lit. Brister on a deep drop. Shoots it out. Wide pass to Dwight Stone from Middle Tennessee State. He's the fastest player for 40 yards on this team. He runs a 40 in 4.25. Woodson is the fastest for 100 yards. In fact, we have the two fastest players in NFL on the field today. Darrell Green won the NFL's fastest man competition, and Ron Woodson was the runner-up.
We're going to come back in here with the San Francisco and New York game, as this just happened with Steve Young running around before getting stripped. The ball is out, strip sacked by Andy Heaton and recovered by Doug Reisenberg. Giants ball, a turnover in the first drive of the game, still 0-0. Now let's bring in the double box alongside the Pittsburgh-Washington game.
Look at the coverage on Jerry Rice.
I think that's what he was trying to do, and they have good coverage on Rice. You see, that's the thing. You see good coverage there by Mark Collins, 25. He just mirrors him and runs all the way with him.
Carthen is in, second down and 6. Joe Morris goes right. Inside the 20 at the 17-yard line, first down New York. Offensively for the New York Giants, you've seen Morris run twice. Bill Sims, Morris, Lionel Manuel, and Ingram are the wide receivers. Zeke Moat and Mark Bavaro at tight ends, though Moat is out now. William Roberts, Billard, Bart Oates, Damian Johnson, and Carl Nelson up front. Carthon has replaced Moat. They're in the eye on 1st and 10 from the 17. Morris comes left. I think it's fair to say that the Redskins defense against the run is probably a little stronger than the 49ers, John.
I think the Redskin defense, period, is a stronger defense than the 49ers. And I think the Giants, with two backs, they're just going out with Carthon going out now and Moat coming back in. But I think they're a better running team when Carthon is in there. Of course, he doesn't give them the pass receiving that a Moat does.
Second down and 5. No score. 11:23 to go, first quarter. Ingram left. Manuel in motion. And Sims across the middle, touchdown. Lionel Manuel wide open.
And now we've got some action in the Atlanta-New Orleans game. Dalton Hilliard fumbles at midfield. The ball is recovered by the Falcons. Everyone's pointing at it, and so do the refs eventually. So now Falcons ball, and guess what? Gerald Riggs fumbles again. Saints recover this time. They have it at their own 44. It's much ado about nothing. 0-0 still tied. And let's bring in that Tampa Bay-Green Bay game as both the Packers and the Saints are just outside the 30-yard line.
Hebert out of the shotgun. Completes to Hill across the middle, but not enough for the first down as Bobby Butler is in on the stop.
Marion Campbell said that he was going to be very concerned about third-day conversion today. Right there, they held, did a good job dropping back in zone. Even though Bobby Hebert had time to throw the ball, he just had to give what the defense gave him, and that wasn't enough for a first down.
Not a fancy defense, that of Marion Campbell.
No, but a very effective one. And again, he has young players, doesn't want to get too fancy, too complicated, wants them to grow into this system.
Morton Anderson in to attempt the field goal. It'll be a 41-yard attempt. It's up. And it's good. So Morton Anderson, who last week was 1 for 1, continues the streak. That was a 20-yarder last week, a 41-yarder this one. Saints on a scoreboard first.
It looked like we were about to have a huge play in Buffalo as Dan Marino shot it down the field. Looked like he had James Pruitt wide open and was broken up by Nate Odoms. And once again, that strong Buffalo Bills defense comes up big. And Dolphins are going to be forced to punt now. Still 0-0. Bills are going to get the ball. Let's keep it here and see what the Bills do on their first drive of the game.
And that same duo on the backfield, off on the wing is the big running back, and that's Mueller in motion away from us. And the give goes to the youngster again. The rookie from Oklahoma State tries the left side. It's a little tougher going as the Miami defense realizes they were not doing a job last week and realize there might not be a tomorrow if they do not do the job this week. Jarvis Williams is given tackle credit.
This Miami team was embarrassed last week. They played so poorly that they were just embarrassed, and they came in here angry. Coach Shula was turned up. He's angry. The whole team was on edge, and you could see it in their eye and the way they talked, the way they looked. They really felt that they had to play well today.
Well, we had the feeling in talking to Shula yesterday that they were kind of in a state of shock until about the middle of the week, and then they had a very good work week. Second down, about 5. Here comes Mueller in motion. Pitch back to the youngster Thomas. And he tries the right side, and Miami is all over him. Rick Graff got there first, and the ball may have come loose. Is it early or late? We'll know in a moment. They're going to spot it down right at about the 28-yard line. And I think he was dead, and the whistle had sounded before the ball popped free. We'll take a look.
Take a look here at Thomas again, trying to run on that Miami defense. Nothing outside. The defense has strung everything out. He goes back in the inside and is swarmed by that Dolphin defense, and the ball is blown dead at that point before the fumble. Both teams kind of probing, trying the running game. Let's see what happens. We've got two of the finest throwing quarterbacks in football out here today, and so far, both of them have been running the football. Let's see what happens here. Let's look. Let's probe.
On the 10-minute ticker, Jerry, there's a little bit of a surprise to somebody, maybe. 3-0 in the first period. The Steelers over the Redskins. The Giants in front of the 49ers, 7-0. And it's New Orleans 3-0 over Atlanta in the first, and the Green Bay 3-0 over Tampa in the first.
That may be Green Bay's first lead of the year.
Third down, and the Bills have to get it out about their 34-yard line for a first down. Third down, about 6. Out of the shotgun, Kelly looks left, now looks center, and throws deep down the far side, and it's going to be intercepted and taken down by William Judson right at about the 47 or 8-yard line of the Dolphins. Let's see whether he is in or out of bounds, whether it's allowable or not, and it may not be allowable.
Here's Judson going up for the ball.
That's the first quarter score. It's the Miami-Buffalo no score, and they're still talking over there on the far sideline, but it looks to me as though it's coming back. still discussing it. I don't know whether they're going to call for another look from upstairs or if they have or not. We'll take a look at it and show it to you again and see whether or not. That's the catch now. Is he in or out? Well, he came down with his hand out of bounds, and that was the first thing that hit the turf.
It looked like the ball came down out of bounds before the feet came down inbounds. Well, that's one of those judgment decisions a little bit. A technicality. We'll wait till the replay officials up in the booth.
Well, the referee today is John Greer and the umpire Art Demos. The head linesman Paul Widener. The line judge is Ron Blum. The back judge is Roy Clymer. They have reviewed it. First down! And it is an interception. Judson is credited with the interception, and the Dolphins have the football.
And we've got a change of quarterback in Indianapolis. Now Jack Trudeau is throwing the ball, and he really heaves it downfield. Who's got it? Oh, it's going to be a Bears defender. Vesti Jackson just picked off Trudeau moments ago. Got a little bit of a return, but you can't imagine that this is anything like what the Colts wanted so far in this game. Trudeau's frustrated, still 0-0. Let's switch things over to San Francisco and New York.
Lined up to the right side in a wing spot. Hand off Roger Craig. Gets a good block from Jerry Rice and stays on his feet out of bounds at the 49. Another first down. Well, they say wide receivers don't block, but Rice that time did.
I tell you, Rice blocked, and Roger Craig ran right over number 48, Kenny Hill. Watch Hill as he comes off this. He's going to make the hit here. And I tell you, he doesn't take him down because Craig, the one thing he does, he has that high knee action, and he always keeps those feet going forward.
First and 10, 49ers. 8:54 to go first quarter. 7-0 New York. I formation this time. Chandler right. Rice is split wide left. Young has some room. John, that looked like it was designed run. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the type of thing that the 49ers...
So look what we have here. This is the Bears punter, Brian Wagner. He's getting just drilled by rookie linebacker O'Brien Alston. Bears keep possession. Huge flag there for Alston. And let's bring in both the San Francisco game and the Chicago game into the double box.
Going in motion with Jerry Rice, and then he just kept coming. Watch him here. Here's Rice going in motion. Here's Collins coming with him like he's going to cover him. Rice keeps going. Boom! Here comes Collins here, and watch him as he just hits Steve Young just as he gets rid of the ball. I'll tell you, that is an interesting thing, where it looks like he's coming in coverage, and then lo and behold, he's coming on a blitz. Here's what it looks like from this side. You see, it's the back side of the left-handed quarterback was always the best side to rush him.
On 3rd and 1, Rice makes the catch from Young. And that's another 49er first down. Jerry Rice with 3 catches in the first quarter. Bill Parcells looks on. And the 49ers on that last short yardage play had to put Guy McIntyre, who was a starting guard, at left tight end because of the absence of John Frank today.
Well, you know, with John Frank out, they only have one tight end, and that's Ron Heller. So if anything were happening to Heller, it would have to be a guard playing there or Mike Wilson as a receiver. And then, of course, when they go to 2 tight ends, they have to put the back there.
Heller tight right, first down at the 35. Both wide receivers to the right side. Barton almost moved. He got set. Young in the middle. Incomplete. Collins had his hands on it for the interception. Last week, the 49ers in the New Orleans game had trouble getting the ball to their wide receivers. Only 3. That's the fewest since 1984 in week 14. And already today, Jerry Rice with 4 of 5, or to the wide receivers, that is. So they've gone to them.
Well, see, and last week they had 5 to the tight end. They haven't completed one to the tight end yet in this game.
2nd and 10. 7-0 New York leads. Here comes Hedden on the blitz. Roger Craig with 3 blockers in front. And he's down to 23.
All right, get ready for this one. This is your Super Bowl MVP, Doug Williams, launching it downfield for Ricky Sanders. Easy as pie. Dalton Hall didn't stand a chance for Pittsburgh. 55-yard touchdown gives Washington the lead in the first quarter. It's 7-3 for the Redskins.
Here, but now this is the second time we see the Giants as he turns to bring their rush. That time it's Andy Hedden, 54. But you see, usually you just take that and flip-flop it. But you always want your rush to come from the quarterback's backside.
Impressive drive by the 49ers. Young, fade route in the corner, tipped and incomplete, and no flag. There is a flag back at the line of scrimmage. It has nothing to do with the possibility of pass interference. Motion. 49ers. Who was it? Let's make sure.
Well, Harry Carson, number 53, of course, is the Giants captain. In fact, he's their only captain.
My misunderstanding. The captain correctly refused the penalty. It is 2nd down. The penalty was illegal motion, number 80 offense.
I like that. A captain correcting a referee, and the referee accepting it and then admitting it to the entire home crowd. That's nice.
Washington, a 55-yard pass to Ricky Sanders from Doug Williams has gone on top, 7-3. 2nd and 10. 7-0. New York leads it over the San Francisco 49ers. Rice in motion. Chandler is a tight end to the left. Young.
Gonna bring Miami into the double box here. They're driving down the field after getting an interception.
And he sets them in the eye, and they come right out of it again. On 2nd and short yardage, there's Edmonds again moving over to the right side. Marino takes, gives, and he's got that little boy down inside the 20-yard line, and good for first down yardage. That's Lorenzo Hampton, and Dwight Drain made the tackle. We thought for a moment it was going to be Thurman Thomas, but check that, Thurman Thomas. Thought it at first was going to be Troy Stratford, but it is another first down, and the Miami Dolphins now have. Take a look at Hampton
coming off the ball well. You see a block here, and Lorenzo Hampton hits the hole and downfield with good power, good authority, and just running the ball well. Miami's coming off the ball extremely well.
They really are. Deepest penetration. They're down at the 18-yard line. First down at the Bills' 18. No score. Jensen in motion, and the give goes to number 23, and here goes Stratford, and he's trying to get inside the 15, and may have, and they piled on as if the ball may have popped loose momentarily, but I don't think so. Ball is going to be just inside at the 14-yard line. 2nd down, 6 now for Miami at the Bills' 14. Certainly a different kind of a Miami football team than a week ago when the Bears just kind of manhandled them. And I'm surprised, Jerry Kramer, at the amount of running that Miami has done. Marino to throw. A lot of time. Great protection. Incomplete in the end zone.
Let's check in with the Atlanta-New Orleans game. Falcons quarterback Chris Miller dropping back and getting a huge, beautiful pass off to Floyd Dixon for a 28-yard gain. Falcons are now in the red zone, and they know that one looked good.
Davenport seemed to stumble in the end zone. It may have been a touchdown had he been able to keep his feet. Chuck, it's interesting that they are running that much. I think the teams feel now that they have to be able to run to win. They don't necessarily have to run to win, but they have to be able to run.
Well, Scott Schwades is in the lineup now for the Dolphins, and also Jim Pruitt. Triple wideouts to the left side out of the shotgun. There's Clayton in motion again. And Marino back to looking for his target. Fires, and it's going to be incomplete. down around the 5-yard line, and a penalty flag is thrown. Derek Burrows on the cover, and the intended receiver was Mark Clayton.
Little discussion on the field, but you can see Marino's pass out here with Burrows coming over the top, and the flag is thrown, but we're having a little discussion on the sidelines now as to whether it was a penalty or not. And apparently the flag was picked up.
It comes right back to the 14, and so there will be no infraction. And Revez is on to try a field goal. It'll be spotted at about the 21. Meaning it'll be a 30 high snap. He got it away. And the kick is good. A 31-yard field goal. And the first score goes to the Miami Dolphins, leading it now 3-0 over the Buffalo Bills.
49er playbook of last week. Wisenhunt catches a nice play. He gave an out move and then turned it up for a nice touchdown. He knew he was going to get wrapped, too. He really knew it. He saw the safety coming.
We got the Giants now in 49ers territory in New York.
You can't make them where they can't hit the guy. They have to go for the ball, too. Now, I don't agree with that penalty. I don't know if I agree with the penalty before that, but I sure don't agree with that last one.
You're saying he's being picky?
Well, I think you got to let defenders play.
That's a big defensive play for the 49ers, back all the way across midfield. Oh, boy. Bill Romanowski, the rookie, and Kevin Fagan, a loss of 12. There's Romanowski, who's starting for Keena Turner.
Well, this is one thing that the Giants aren't the best at, and that is pass protection. And you're going to see they got a blitz from the outside. And, you know, and that is the first start. Then the guy comes up the middle, and then the other side. So they had 3 guys, the middle, both outsides, all arriving at the same time.
2nd and 22. Back split. Joe Morris scoots down inside the 45 to the 44-yard line, and Ricky Ellison makes the tackle. Atlanta leading New Orleans in the first quarter. There's Ricky Ellison, who had 12 tackles in the win over New Orleans last week. The 49ers are playing without Ronnie Lott at free safety today. Tom Holmoe has taken his place. Lott tried to go last week with a hamstring and a tendon problem, and he is not even suited up today. 3rd and 16. Shotgun. 4-man rush. Navarro. That will be far short of the first down at the 34-yard line.
Well, it's an interesting situation here. Is it a field goal or is it a punt? It looks like the Giants are already made that decision. They're going field goal, but that would be about a 52-yard field goal, and that is right at the extremes of Allegre's distance, I would think.
Raul Allegre hit 2 last week. 52 yards it is. Low snap. And Hostetler, the holder, has to bury the ball. The 49ers take over at the 44. Bad snap.
You know, that was, but you go back to the extra point when the Giants scored the touchdown. I think that same thing happened in the extra point. Hostetler got it down.
Switching over now to RFK Stadium in D.C. as the Washington Redskins are now near midfield.
Linebacker at the moment.
McCune going out of motion, first down from the Redskin 40. The pass too high. That's Gary Clark running the middle pattern right over the middle. He was open, and Williams overshot him. 2nd and 10, Redskins from their 40. Just received word, Merlin, that Charles Mann, the great left end of the Redskins, may not return. He has an injury.
It's not good news for the Skins. Man, the best of that defensive line seems to get better all the time. Earned a Pro Bowl trip this year for the first time. Recognition it was overdue.
2nd down, 10, Redskins from their 40. They're ahead 7-3. Art Monk in motion, and Williams out of the pocket. Calvin Bryant dropped it wide open at the 45. Hardy Nickerson was there, but that's something you very seldom see Kelvin Bryant do, is drop a ball. Ex-North Carolinian. 3rd and 10 now for the Redskins from their 40.
Bryant just taking his eyes off that ball, and again you see Washington taking advantage of the mismatch. Kelvin Bryant is not the kind of guy you cover with a linebacker man-to-man, and that's what this offense does so well. They get the mismatch, and then they take advantage of those mismatches.
Well, we've got Ricky Sanders. He's here right at the bottom of your screen with Rod Woodson on him. Let's see what they do. Williams going back. They haven't pressured him much. The pass is over the head of Kelvin Bryant, flaring out to the left. 3 passes in a row and don't hit, and it's 4th down for the Redskins, and they're getting their punter coming on. And we'll have a new punter. Tom Barnhart will kick. They just picked him up yesterday. Steve Cox has a broken wrist.
Watch number 97, Aaron Jones, bottom of your screen, bursts right by the tight end.
Bullwood. It's to about the 37-yard line, picks up about 4. Kurt Jarvis and Kevin Murphy on the stop. The Atlanta Falcons have taken the lead over the Saints 7-3. Chris Miller, who's really a good young quarterback for the Falcons, had Ken Wisenhunt with a 12-yard scoring pass.
Chris Miller, former University of Oregon Duck. Thank you very much.
Van Brocklin, Berry,
Bob Berry,
Miller, and Hughes.
We can throw it a little up there.
4 Ducks. And 2nd down, 6 at the 38. Sure could. Randy Wright getting a rush. Gets it out to his tight end West, and West barely gets back to the line of scrimmage, if that. Mark Robinson makes his 5th tackle of the ball game. He has been a demon back there at safety for the Buccaneers.
Everybody remembers that he was the player that was traded for Steve DeBerg, and that trade type really surprised Mark, although he likes the idea of coming in with a young team and being part of a team that is going to turn it all around. He's confident that that'll happen here in Tampa.
Well, he gets a chance to start now, but he was starting to build a house in Kansas City when he was dealt. 3rd and 6 at the 38. Paul Otkaruth, the lone back. Running out of time. And Caruth, if he caught it, will just bring him back to the line of scrimmage. And apparently he did, and it's 4th down. Robert Goff.
12 games in 1986 with that knee, total blowout, and then had that bad infection, staph infection. Here he is back. 2nd and 8 from the 26 for Chicago. This is Anderson. He just glides. First down.
But I tell you, Barry Krause was gliding on that play as well. We've got a flag down on the play. Looks like they're going to bring it back. Bears are trying to run that counter OT, or the counter tray, as the Washington Redskins like to call it.
Holding number 63, 2nd down.
Mike Ditka in his 7th season as head coach. Bears were 11-4 last year. 4th consecutive winning season. First time that's happened since George Halas back in the 50s. Tim Brandt and Dan Jiggets at the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis. And it is sold out.
And it is hot in here.
They tell us it's climate controlled, 72 degrees, but it feels like it's 90. Wonder if that's for the Bears.
That's the microwave now.
2nd and 18. Plenty of time for McMahon across the middle. And Anderson is nailed.
Split backfield. Coming in motion is Jackson. Goes to Stone. Stone still going and stopped at the 35 and thrust backwards. Stone is probably the fastest man for 40 yards that Chuck Noll has ever coached.
Let's watch this play, Kurt. They're going to put Ernest Jackson from the right side of your line in motion, bringing him across. Here he is. Jackson will come across in motion. Then they're going to trap with these 2 linemen coming ahead of the play. This is actually a play that the Redskins run most effectively. Jackson in motion, left side of your screen. Tackle and guard both pulling to lead the play. Little hesitation. But that's a good play by Alvin Walton coming up to shut it down. These safeties, as good a pair as there is in the NFL. In fact, I think the best pair of safeties in the NFL today.
Second down 7. Bubby Brister out to Stone, 35. Stone goes down in his 39, and he's hit by Todd Bold, the free safety. White Stone from Middle Tennessee State, his second year. Here come the second string backs in now. Hodge 33, Carter 24. Carter especially a good receiver. 7-3 Atlanta. Green Bay 3, Tampa Bay nothing in the 10-minute ticker. That's a gain of 4. They have 3rd and 3, the Steelers.
I think Hodge and Carter would resent being called second team. They're specialists.
All right, I'm sorry. It is a day of specialists. Every day is a new game. You're right. 3rd down. Just a quick one, incomplete. Just short of the 50. Rodney Carter.
That's a penalty on Monty Coleman. Monty Coleman leveled Brister. And that's one thing that Brister has done. He's taken a real pounding. That'll be a roughing the quarterback call.
Personal foul.
Coleman sweeping in. Coleman, who is an underrated linebacker. He's a good all-around blitzer, good against the run, but makes a mistake here. And this is the one-step rule in action.
But explain that to us.
Well, that puts the responsibility on the defensive man. You see how far Coleman came to make that hit? He's got to try and avoid. And that ball clearly gone. Monty's trying to say, hey, not me, but no way you can come that far and hit the quarterback and get away with it. You saw the official go into the pocket.
Now the Steelers first down on the Redskin 46. 1 minute 5 to go in the first period. 7-3 Redskins. Lift was in motion.
Have a bit of action in Green Bay right now. Coming on the left side of the screen, watch Odie Jackson, who's an undrafted rookie out of Sam Houston State, hits Norman Jefferson high and off the play. Personal foul called on that. Didn't knock him over, but Packers now have the ball deep in Bucs territory.
3-0 Packers. 46 seconds to go first quarter. Fullwood. Dropped at the 30 by Kevin Murphy. There's the time remaining in the first quarter.
Good job by Murphy coming from the offside and running Fullwood down from behind. And the Packers, this is a great time for them to go up top. They've got Tampa a little bit thinking about all the mistakes they're making. They got to be a little bit down defensively. They had their backs to the wall for the most part of this first quarter.
And Randy Wright has hit 4 out of 5, including his last 4, but not for many yards. This could be the last play of the first quarter. 2nd and 10. Wright finds Fullwood. Fullwood to the 10. 5. He'll score. And no flags are down. Touchdown, Green Bay. Will try to make it 10-0 Packers as time has run out here in the first quarter. The punter Don Bracken will hold, and this crowd in a festive atmosphere here despite last week's misery. Different story now, and the Packers after 1 quarter lead it 10-0, and here's how.
The offensive line gives Randy Wright a lot of time to throw, and they opened up a huge hole on the left side of the protection. Wright steps up, and you could hear the fans saying, run, run, run. But yet he uses his head and gives the ball to a guy that really can run, Brent Fullwood. And Fullwood breaks the tackle there, gets into the end zone, and a great reaction by
Here's San Francisco entering the red zone in New York. Steve Young is 3 for 3 on this drive so far.
Play fake again. Young in the grasp. Now, once he scrambles out of the pocket, is he treated as a runner or a thrower?
Well, he's treated as a thrower, but the thing is, I mean, he's treated as a runner, but the thing is you have to play the whistle. And I think we're going to find here that what happened is he started to scramble here. Andy Hedden is number 54. He's going to grab him. See, he has that ball out there. I think what happened is the whistle blew before he knocked it out.
Had to be.
Yeah, because that had to be a fumble, had it not, because Hedden just punched it right out of there.
Colts are in the red zone now after 3 nice runs from Eric Dickerson. Here's Jack Trudeau.
Pressure on Trudeau.
Dan Hampton, they're working real nice up there now. He's got his buddy Richard Dent back, and it appears that Jack Trudeau is down on the turf.
It is Trudeau. The push came from McMichael and Hampton and Dent. Timeout, and we'll take one as well.
Jack Trudeau seems to be shaken up, so while that's being looked at, let's go to the Pittsburgh-Washington game where the Steelers are near midfield.
Over to 40 and down to the 35 to the big tight end Preston Gothard, University of Alabama, who had a knee injury. He was out all last year. 10-yard pickup.
Gothard is
keep moving.
A fine point of attack blocker and has good hands, but in this Steeler game, they primarily use the outside receivers. He's a forgotten man. Not forgotten on that play. Picks up the first down.
Well, there's the end of the first quarter here in RFK Stadium in Washington. And our score, the Washington Redskins 7, the Pittsburgh Steelers 3.
Jack Trudeau walked off without assistance. And Gary Huggaboom came on as quarterback.
And this is the reason why he needed the assistance, though. First of all, now watch the play. Richard Dent and Dan Hampton. Dan takes an outside rush, number 99. He slips in, puts the pressure on. Now watch Dent come back in along with Steve McMichael for the sack. Good timing on that twist that they ran. It was a delayed twist.
There's Trudeau.
We're going to get another look at it here from another angle. Now watch Dent. He's going to bounce outside with a little outside move. Now come back up underneath. Hampton comes around the outside. Now Joel Patton, 65, does not slide off in time, and he allows Dan Hampton to come around clean.
Gary Huggaboom came in as quarterback. To mix reviews, there were some boos and some cheers. This is Dickerson on 2nd and 15. And he gets absolutely nothing. Stuffed by Steve McMichael and Jim Morrissey, the linebacker.
And as soon as we can get some word on what was the problem with young Trudeau there, Will
Heller a little late getting up. The 49ers get on the board.
Taking it back to Washington here, the Steelers are now inside the 30-yard line.
On the Redskin 29. Coming in motion, Gucci Thompson. That's Stone. You might have noticed a bad exchange that time. As he was coming out from under center, Brister had trouble. Notice that ball come up? Reminder to our viewers that we'll be selecting the Budweiser Most Valuable Player for today's game at the conclusion of today's game. Rodney Carter now goes in the backfield. No gain on the last one, Merlin. A third down 4 Steelers. They haven't done much with their passing game. Yeah, that's my man. Darnell Gowdy.
Broken thumb in that cast. That'll make it a little tough to tackle people.
They got 4 receivers spread out. Bubby Brister has the heat on him. Mr. Luigi Thompson. What a grab! What a grab! Flag is down. Brister got bomb, a flag down.
And I think they're going to get called for another roughing penalty as Dexter Manley.
74 defense, penalty refused.
That's decline. That's illegal use of the hand. How about Bubby to Ouija? How do you like that combination?
Bubby to Ouija. Well, I'll tell you.
Sounds like the Pop Warner League.
Tom Moore, the offensive coordinator, loves it. Watch this great catch. Barry Wilburn, 45, all over Ouija Thompson. But he uses that 6'6" height to go up and snare that football. And that was, of course, a perfectly thrown pass as well. The penalty added to the end of the catch. And the Steelers are on the 6-yard line.
First and goal to go. They're really going after Brister. That's 2 roughing a passer penalties. They won, but they knocked him down again, and then they had illegal use of the hand. Jackson. Oh, he's got nothing there. Olkowitz led the charge, submarining up the middle to stop him.
A little bit of experience on the inside there, and Grant and Butts and Olkowitz, and what they do best is play that running game up inside. They're pretty tough to fool. They certainly were not fooled on that play.
Bill Gibbs looking on to see if his team can hold here. Second down, 7 to go for a Pittsburgh touchdown. Score, 7-3 Redskins. Steelers started this drive on their 32 in the first quarter. Brister dancing around, throws, and overthrows Lewis Phillips. He just threw it away because Darrell Green had blanketed it. There's another flag down. I think the Redskins, Merlin, had 10 penalties against the Giants last week. Those are mistakes.
This one is going to be against the Pittsburgh Steelers, however, but that's exactly right. We talked about Gibbs saying his team did not play smart football. He was talking about penalties and mistakes.
74 offense. 10-yard penalty. Penalty refused.
That's a tough matchup. That's Long against Butts. Long, and in the playbook, is 5'11". Butts is 6'7". But I don't think Long is quite 5'11". Look at it. Left-hand side of your screen, 65 Butts. Now watch 74 Long go right in on the legs and lock up on Dave Butts' right leg.
Third down, 7. They decline the penalty for a Steeler touchdown. 10th play of this drive. Hodges, the lone setback. Bubba Brisker coming to hit him. He was blindsided from behind by Dexter Manley, who ran that outside route, came in and hit him just as he was letting the ball go, and Brisker has already been whacked 3 or 4 times.
He has taken a real beating. Dexter Manley is working on Craig Wolfley, a guard playing tackle. No easy task. And Manley just blitzes by from the outside. You see Brister to the ground. Let's hope that that's a physical. That's youth. When you can get up from that kind of collision, that's youth.
24-yard field goal attempt. Gary Anderson loosened. The punter will hold. That kick is up, and Anderson does it again. He's now 3 out of 4 this year. 22 out of 27 field goal accuracy last year.
Makes you a little nervous because it looks like New Orleans defense didn't get their act together. Let a tight end slip through wide open behind the secondary for what looked like an easy touchdown.
Alex Higdon caught his first pass last week, and that was good for a touchdown. He catches a pass today, and it's for a touchdown. Greg Davis, point after is good.
Boy, you hope on a play-action pass on 3rd and short that it works this well. Alex Hickman at the right part of your screen. No one takes him. They bite on Gerald Riggs. He gets behind everywhere. Dave Waymer's trying to get back there, but it's too late. The big guy, 6'5", rambling.
Big things happening in Atlanta right now. We're going to switch over to Indianapolis. Colts kicker Dean Biasucci lining up for a 38-yard field goal.
From inside the 40-yard line, and this one is good as well. So the Colts are on the board, and with 14-14 remaining in the...
So the Bears are leading the Colts by 4, but let's switch over to Buffalo. Miami Dolphins have the ball. Dan Marino takes the snap, but not for long. He's going to get stripped. The ball taken away from him by Art Still, the 11-year veteran in his first season in Buffalo. Scott Radisich falls on it, and the Bills recover in Miami territory.
Kelly. Back to throw. Has time. Drills it to this side. Caught at the Dolphin 30-yard line. Number 83 is Andre Reed. And the Buffalo Bills suddenly come to life. William Judson makes the tackle.
We both know that the quarterbacks are ultimately going to throw the ball. Kelly goes back and catches Andre Reed right in the middle, who runs an excellent route and is descended upon by the Dolphin defense immediately, just short of a first down.
Rob Riddick has now come into the Buffalo backfield, number 40. And he's the deep back behind the up back, Jamie Mueller. This will be 3rd down and about a yard. Make it Carl Byron. The second back, that's Riddick, stumbles across the 30 and may have first down yardage. Hit coming into the hole. Down on the bottom of the pile again was Eric Kummerow, who may have made the first contact. It's very close. We'll wait for them to spot the ball and see whether they indicate or whether they measure, and it appears that they will measure. Let's take a look at some scores. It's 7-6, the Skins over the Steelers in the second. 7-3 Giants over San Francisco, also the second. And the Bears 7-3 over Indianapolis. 14-3 New Orleans trailing Atlanta. And it's Green Bay 10-0 over Tampa Bay. And you know by crowd reaction it is a first down for Buffalo at the Miami 28. And Kelly brings him on the ball. He's got Thurman Thomas way out to the left side of the set. That's Chris Burkett in motion. Kelly a straight drop, looking to throw, fires down the middle, and he's got his receiver and taken down immediately. Looks like Andre Reed. John Offerdahl makes the tackle, and it was Andre on the reception.
Well, it looked like it was going to be a great day for Green Bay's Brent Smallwood, but not anymore. He just fumbled the ball on the handoff. Rookie Sean Lee forced and recovered the fumble. For Tampa, he's a 6th-round pick out of North Alabama. Bucks recover the ball midfield.
Punted 3 times. And their other possession, they went 9 plays before they kicked.
The click less just a little bit. They kind of stuttered in the opening periods. Now they're beginning to play the way they are capable of playing in possession at the Miami 23. Second down. Motion man again is Burkett to the far side. And here's Kelly with a look to the left, now down the middle. Fires over the middle. It's incomplete. Again, he was intending for Andre Reed. And on the coverage, number 44, Paul Langford, one of the Miami corners. Incomplete, third down. Still about 5 yards. And the ball just at near the 23.
Kelly showing good discipline, throwing that ball tight underneath the linebackers, trying to go for 5, 6, 7 yards at a time, not going for the long bomb all the way, just control the ball, move it down the field slowly but surely.
Out of the shotgun on third down, Kelly looking for a target. Gets a little bit of pressure, far sideline. Touchdown Buffalo. Is he out of bounds? Nelson. Rod Riddick is out of bounds. The official indicated immediately. Bud Brown was in coverage for the Dolphins. Talk about a tough break for the Buffalo Bills.
An excellent pass by Kelly, and Riddick, the official indicated, did not have possession of the ball. He gave us a couple, 2 or 3 up in the air, and he just didn't quite have a hold of it before he got out of bounds. Must have been bobbling it a little bit behind us, according to the official. Watch it here from the front side. It just hasn't quite got it put away.
Yep, still bobbling.
Still bobbling it as he went out of bounds. So close.
Well, I don't know whether they've called for another look at it or not, but let's take a look at it one more time.
Now he has to have possession of the ball and bring both feet down at one time. Now watch the ball very closely. He starts to put it under his arm, but you'll see right here how it's still flopping around a little bit, and he just doesn't have control of it or possession of it as he goes out of bounds. It looks like from here. And that was his initial signal from the referee, the 2 hands going up and down, indicating lack of control or lack of possession.
Still waiting to hear. And one more look. Looks like a catch right there, but when you look at it from the other angle, you see the body turning a little bit. He was juggling, but did he have control of the ball? And the officials have agreed with a call on the field. He did not have possession. He was bobbling, not in control when he went out of bounds. Now spotted at the 32-yard line. And the kicker is Scott Norwood. Waiting for the snap. Hold on. Time is requested and granted.
45-second clock operating. Reset the clock at 28 seconds.
Well, the 45-second clock has to be reset. so we'll wait a little longer. They jump it up to 28. I think that's the accepted time. And it'll be a 42-yard effort. Actually, take the nearest yard line and make it a 41. And this is an effort to tie the game. Did Norwood do it? Yes, sir.
So the Bills got a field goal. Let's switch over to San Francisco, who are in the red zone for their second straight drive.
There was baseball, you'd say he has good location and bad rotation.
Craig. First down and goal at the 5. Gary Kennard makes the tackle. 49ers get a fresh set of downs.
But I have to think of all the players in the 49ers, I have always believed that this guy, Roger Craig, is one of the most valuable, if not the most valuable. And I'll tell you that Tom Rathman helps him out, too. Did you see 44, the block that he got? That's the difference between a first down and not a first down. If Rathman doesn't make that block, Craig doesn't get a first down.
Craig gets a rest now, and Doug DeBose is into the lineup. DeBose, the second-year man from Nebraska. 5 seconds on the 45-second clock. Down to 2, they get it. DeBose up the middle. No signal for a touchdown yet, and there is none. He's down at the 1-foot line. Ball carried.
DeBose was one of those players that was suspended for drug abuse. He was out for 30 days. Just came back last week before the Saints game, and now he's here playing his second game.
It'll be second down and goal from just outside the end zone. 49ers like to get off that 3 line. DeBose, they've done it. Touchdown, San Francisco. And a little shuffle from Doug DeBose, aimed in the direction of the Giant bench.
This is the thing, what you try and do is you try and get all the defenders to go down. You see, make them make their commitment. Now you got the big pile, and then DeBose just comes in, and he just...
Close to the goal line, and in for the touchdown. Lars Tate with his first NFL touchdown. Second-round draft pick this year out of Georgia. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are back in the game, trailing now 10-6. Tampa Bay taking advantage of a turnover, the fumble at midfield. And Lars Tate goes over for Tampa Bay. It is now a
First NFL touchdown for Lars Tate and the first NFL field goal here for Chip Lohmiller. He was drafted in the second round this spring out of Minnesota. 37-yard field goal is good. Washington leads 10-6. And let's keep it here.
Not good to him, bad for him. That's why he went down. Here are the all-time winners of the professional coaches. Papa Bear, George Halas, Shula's second, Landry's third, Curly Lambeau of Green Bay, and Chuck Noll creeping up on them. Number 5 of all time and winningest coaches. Chuck Noll, there he is on the sideline.
It's something that he's got in his pocket that few other coaches will ever have a chance at. 4 Super Bowl victories.
I'll talk about that a little bit later on. They have Warren Williams and Merle Hodges, the running backs. Cubby Brister is going to go deep. There's Lips wide open. He's got it. It's going to be an 80-yard touchdown.
Darrell Green.
Right by Darrell Green. 80 yards for a Pittsburgh touchdown. Oh, is he open, Merle?
Darrell Green flat stopped on the play. Let's see if we can see what happens to Green. We talked about Green's speed, and Lips has lost a little bit of his speed from his early days, but he is out about a full 10 yards in front of the play. Excellent protection to give Brister time. Waits, takes the whole field. Now look at that. A 10-yard lead on the fastest man in football, and Lips almost walks into the end zone.
Well, Lips led the team last week with 5 receptions. He used to make these big plays before he started getting hurt a lot. The kick is up.
Let's head to Indianapolis. Dean Biasucci, the Colts kicker, is lining up for a 54-yard field goal here in just a moment. His career long is 52, so we'll see if he makes this one.
What happened is Vesey Jackson got in there and made the stop.
Tremendous asset, obviously, having a running back the caliber of Dickerson. But the disadvantage is when it's a tight fit situation, you know he's getting the ball and just key on it. Biasucci on. The holder's Ron Stark. 54 yards. It's long enough, and it's good.
Heading back to New York, the 49ers are finally on top today. Giants are going to start their drive momentarily.
49ers 186. It's a 10-7 game. Daniel in motion. Joe Morris. Jeff Stover is knocked down. And Michael Carter is right there. Carter had a huge game in the second half against New Orleans last week.
I think Stover had a pretty good play on that one against Carl Nelson, too. Nelson was trying to move Stover. He just didn't get any movement on it. And, of course, that's not bad if you're not at the point of attack. When you're at the point of attack, you have to get movement on your guy.
2nd and 8. Mowat back in. Sims right across the middle. Mowat bounces off the tackle. Cut down at the 30. Ricky Ellison down.
Tell you one thing, when you play a zone defense, watch how the 49ers all get back. Then when the ball's thrown, watch how they all converge.
Headed back to Orchard Park right now. Miami just got a big run from Jim Jensen.
A sometimes tight end, a wide receiver, and a running back.
So nice to be able to run the ball every once in a while. Jensen, as Chuck said, plays all positions. Nice blocking up front and just a well-called, well-designed play. Takes it downfield for about 14 yards.
They got Farrell Edmonds on now as one of those tight ends, and he's a wing to the left side right now. Davenport and Stratford are the setbacks. Back to go throw is Marino. He dumps it off, and Stratford almost went down, picked it up, and got about to the 40. Derek Burrows is given credit for the tackle. Well, the Steelers now lead the Skins 13-10 in the second, 10-7. The Giants are trailing in the second quarter. And it's 7-6 Bears over Indianapolis, also second period. Atlanta now 14-6 over the Saints in the second, and that raises a few eyebrows. Green Bay 10-7 over Tampa Bay, also in the second period. Second down and about 6. At the 41. That's Clayton in motion. And it goes to the big back, and that's Woody Bennett. And big he is, but no hole to get into, and you need some kind of help. And the reason he didn't get anywhere was the nose tackle. Fred Smerlis was there to fill it up. And he does that very well. Give him credit for a yard into about the 39-yard line.
Fred Smerlis, in his 10th year as we watch Woody Bennett go off the field, is having an excellent year so far. Is that whole build defensive line, a mature defensive line.
Well, Jim Jensen is in there right alongside of the quarterback Marino. Third down, about 5. That's Clayton's motion. Whoa, the Bills may have jumped off. Penalty flags are down. Marino is going for it. And he's got Clayton. Buffalo 30, 25 and a fall. And Marino's option, of course, is to decline the penalty and take the game.
The old free play option, as we've heard about so many times. It appeared that everyone knew that Art Still had jumped offside, and so we got a free play, and let's run it out, and exactly what the Dolphins did. A nice completion to Clayson down on the 23-yard line.
Duper wide to the left side. And, of course, that'll put Clayton the other way. And the lone back is Woody Bennett. He waits for it and gets a little bit of blocking and manages to wedge it inside the 20-yard line, and they're kind of battling as if the ball is loose. Buffalo indicates that they have possession, and you're right in there with them. How'd you like to call it?
They're still digging in the pile, trying to find out who's got the ball. Freddie Smirlis is down there on the bottom of that pile somewhere. And still two or three Dolphins tangled up with Freddie. And Derek Burrows is on top there. But here we go. Take a look at it. Bennett coming in the hole. Gets hit by not Shane Conlon, Ray Bentley first.
Yes.
Now there it is. There it is.
It's loose, but who's got it? Buffalo, Leon Seals.
Switching now to Green Bay, a really strange play here in Lambeau. Tampa Bay kicking off after a touchdown, and Brent Fullwood, there you see him again today, making a gigantic run down the field, gets all the way to the Tampa Bay 35-yard line, but that one is going to be called back on offsides on Green Bay. Look at the top left corner, you'll see Tiger Green on the Packers crossing the 45-yard line before the ball gets kicked. Offside on the receiving team doesn't happen too often. Packers ball. Switching now to the Buffalo game, watch Jim Kelly make a connection with Andre Reed, but he immediately loses the ball. That's going to be ruled a fumble, and Miami picks it up. That's rookie second-round pick out of Florida, Jarvis Williams. And now the Dolphins have the ball. They take over near midfield, still 3-3. Dan Marino will see the ball again.
The exciting youngster.
Let's split screen that game with the Saints and the Falcons as New Orleans is now in the red zone.
Saints threatening. 1st and 10. Ball at the Falcons. 20. Hebert, the handoff to Hayward, and the load goes forward for first down yardage.
Baby, let me tell you something. 260 pounds bent down, guys, because here he comes right into your screen. You're Brett Clark. You want to back up a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to back up because I don't really want to see number 45 coming through. Arm tackle's no good. Look at Clark. Go low. You got to go low. That's a good tackle by a little guy. That's a heck of a tackle by 28, I think. I'll tell you, you can't win that battle many times. You got to hit low.
Looked like he had enough yardage for the first down, but he's going to be about 2 inches shy of the first down. I talked to Craig Hayward before the game. Asked him about the adjustment from college to pros, and he says, JB, it's a lot easier than I thought. But when you're 260 pounds and you can run and move like him, I guess so. It doesn't make any difference what level you play on.
Hey, life's easy, I guess, when you weigh that much, huh? I'll tell you, this is a throwaway down. You can see a pass on this. You know that they can get it on 3rd and short if they should fail.
2nd and inches. Craig Hayward, 4 carries, 14 yards. Hayward and Hilliard, the backs. Play action. Hebert decides to keep it himself, and he's not going to make it. He slips in the backfield.
Well, I said it was a throwaway down, but I didn't mean literally. I think Bobby was looking to hand off to somebody, and no one wanted the pill.
Well, not to prejudge here, but well, it looked as if he slipped in the backfield, but apparently he slipped forward just enough to get the first down.
It looks to me like somebody was supposed to get this ball. And I think it might have been number 45 Hayward, who then turns around. Hey, I'll take it late. Just give it to me. Don't worry.
To an eligible position, number 70.
James Brown along with Gary Fensick here in Atlanta. The Saints and the Falcons looking for the first win of the season. Right now the Falcons on top by 14, but the Saints in the red zone as Craig Hayward tries to go straight ahead. That time the defense hit him low like you suggested.
You've got to. He's just too big a load. Maybe the big guys up front can do it, but if you're a DB, you've got to hit that guy low and let him fall over you. Falcon defense right side does a great job here. Hayward gets it. It's just a lead play. Nice stick. Rady, Joel Williams. This is a fired-up Falcon defense today, believe it. You know, I thought maybe that was a choreographed play because during the preseason in Pittsburgh, he ran into Bobby Hebert and then ran through the line for about 50 yards and a touchdown. But I think he just missed a handoff on that second down play.
So Morton Anderson will attempt a 29-yard field goal. It's up and it's good. So the NFL's leading scorer last season.
We're going to switch to the Washington-Pittsburgh game again. Doug Williams, moments ago, just found a nice pass over the middle, going to Art Monk, 26-yard gain, and the Redskins now have the ball near midfield. Let's go there now.
Warren, the tight end, going out. They got a slot right. Now they're putting Clark with plus 3 wide receivers on the right. Doug Williams down the middle. It's complete to the 35. That's Barry Clark. Clark around at the 25 and out of bounds.
Gonna bring Miami into the double box here as they've got the ball in Buffalo after the 2-minute warning.
Since the rule change allowing the receivers to go free after one hit, you never used to see these little receivers like this playing pro football. Now they're all over the place.
Clark at the top of your screen, breaking clear. Look what they're trying to do. Pittsburgh trying to cover Gary Clark with Hinkle, a linebacker. That's an absolute mismatch. And again, it's happened many times in this game as you see Delton Hall coming close to getting a penalty there. You better watch that right arm or they're going to, I don't know why he's swinging with that, but he's got a broken wrist on that side.
Jimmy Smith, the lone setback. Ricky Sanders out to the right. First down, Redskins on the Pittsburgh 19. Pittsburgh leading 13-10. That's Smith. And they dropped him at the 18, and hitting him there was Brian Hinkle from Oregon. He started as a college quarterback. Now he's a pro linebacker.
You'll see a trap on the nose tackle here as they try and get inside. It's Williams who actually stopped it. And again, if you make Smith run laterally, he is not a great back. But if he can explode up inside with a running alley of some kind, he is going to kill you.
Second down, 9. Redskins on the 18 of Pittsburgh. They haven't sacked Williams yet. It is no good. Nearly a touchdown to Ricky Sanders and Rod Woodson.
Oh, what speed can do for you, Kurt.
Oh,
as
boy.
Woodson closes.
Neat recovery.
When a receiver gets an edge, you call it a cushion. Look at the cushion that he'll get right here on Woodson. Now watch Woodson close on the ball right there. Look at the ground he made up after that ball was thrown. There to knock the ball away. Beautifully done.
They're booing. They thought it was interference. They've loosened up the interference rule this year.
You can touch him.
That's right. And as George Young says, hey, we're not a touch tag league.
No,
you got to earn your pay here. Let the defender have a shot at that ball too. Third down on 9 all the time, and he threw that one away. He tried to hit Monk. He was covered. Now it's 4th and 9. And here comes Doug Williams out saying, well, what happened? Looked like we were going in, but we didn't.
Williams a little frustrated, and Tony Dungy had his team prepared to do a good job of mixing coverages and mixing defenses. They're jumping in and out of different defenses, trying to sucker a few coverages in there, give Williams a few reading problems in there because they know they don't have the physical personnel to get toe-to-toe and match up with this Redskin offense. But so far, they're doing a heck of a job with hustle and with a scheme that's working for them.
Low Miller, a 36-yard attempt. He hasn't missed one this year yet. He's hit one earlier in the game. And this kick is up, and the big boy hits the bar. It's no good. Hit the right upright. So there's his first miss in the season. 36-yarder, and the score remains Pittsburgh 13 and Washington 10.
College football on CBS. 1st and 10 at the 26. James Wilder has room, and the first down for Wilder. He has come alive in a big way and carries it out to the 45-yard line, a gain of 19. Mark Murphy and Ken Stills on the stop. Well, you mentioned the guy who likes to run, Makowski, who's got the visor on the sideline for Green Bay.
Interesting contrast in the two quarterbacks. Here you've got Randy Wright, who is not a mobile quarterback, and then they got a guy on the sidelines with a nickname of Magic, who likes to run and likes to create a lot of excitement for the fans.
First down at the 46 of Tampa Bay. 3:23 to go in the half. Wilder again gets by Andrew Anderson and dodged forward and nearly has a first down, and he's blown dead. No fumble. The ball was blown dead at the 47 of Green Bay. That's Nate Hill, but no recovery. Burnell Dent made the tackle.
We'll take a look to see what caused this fumble. Mark Lee, number 22, he's not a factor. Looks like the ground just caused it. And as we all know, the ground cannot cause a fumble. Once he's down, he's down.
I've always believed that.
You'd make a good referee.
Don't say that. Wilder has gained 35 yards and 6 carries. He's still the lone back on 2nd and 1 for the Bucks on the Pack 45. And it's Wilder again. First down. And a little more. Icing to the Green Bay 40. Burnell Dent again on the tackle. So the Buccaneers, who were down 10-0, trailing now 10-7, would like to at least tie this game and maybe go ahead before intermission. Jerry Boyarski has a fractured left arm. We told you he went for x-rays. It's bad news, and so he's out.
And that is really starting to show up now, the different injuries that they've had on this defensive line. The Bucks have run 3 times in a row. Each time they've gotten a good yardage.
First down for Tampa Bay on the 40. And the 2-minute warning has arrived. So a chance for the Bucks to talk things over offensively. We'll be back.
History is repeating itself here in Atlanta. Saints punter Brian Hanson going to be kicking off to Aubrey Matthews. He muffed a punt last week against Detroit that led to a touchdown, and he does it again. The ball is lost. Saints fall on it. Michael Adams, New Orleans ball near midfield. And over in New York, the Giants are facing 3rd and 27. Mark Ingram up the middle gets a gorgeous catch and a 25-yard gain, so it's 4th and 2 in their own territory. Giants go for it, and Joe Morris picks up 10 yards to give the Giants the first down in 49ers territory.
Giants starting off last year 0-2. Sims back, Sims deep. Caught Ingram at the 33. Don Griffin with the tackle. 2nd and 1, no huddle. 45 seconds to go. Up the middle, George Adams. First down, New York at the 23.
Well, Phil Sims has him going now, calling these plays without a huddle, just audibleizing on the line.
They'll try it again. Adams to the 19. All of this after the Giants had a 3rd and 33.
And Phil Sims had good pass protection, hung in there and completed that big 3rd down pass. And then Bill Parcells had the guts to go for it on 4th down at midfield.
Allegre getting set. It's a 10-7 game. 49ers lead it. 23 seconds to go.
And I still think you go back again to Phil Sims and that 3rd down pass, and then to Bill Parcells making that decision and that call to hand it to Joe Morris on 4th down. Now, these things can change everything going into the locker room at halftime. If the Giants can get a score, the 49ers have to go in and they have to be down from that. Conversely, if the Giants don't score, that can be a big, big disappointment.
2nd and 7.
Let's bring in Green Bay and Tampa Bay. That game is back from their 2-minute warning.
Fuller was right with George Adams.
I don't know if Phil Sims felt the pressure, saw the coverage on Adams, and just threw that ball away to stop the clock. Now he has 3rd down. Now, I think what you have to do is throw the ball into the end zone. If you don't have something open, you just throw it away. But you don't want to complete one and then have to kick a field goal anyway.
Baker and Ingram go left. Lionel Manuel to the right, and Bavaro off the line to the right. 4-man rush. Sims hits incomplete. Bavaro, the intended receiver. And Mark had a really rusty start after his holdout Monday night. I'm not so sure that was catchable.
You see Chet Brooks was back there with him, a rookie defender for the 49ers. He's number 31 right there. He makes a good move coming back inside, although the ball gets up over him. Now that would have been a tough catch, but that's one you have to catch.
Last time Allegre tried a field goal, Oates dribbled it back to the holder, Hostetler. This is for the tie from 36 yards out. That's a good snap. And the kick is good.
Crazy play in Atlanta right now as Bobby Hebert, right outside the red zone, finds a nice pass to Robert Clark, but Clark fumbles it after catching. It's picked up by Brett Clark of the Falcons, and Clark gets stripped by Eric Martin on the run back. Robert Clark then falls on the ball, 2 turnovers in one play, with Robert Clark getting credit for the lost fumble and the fumble recovery on the same play. That's going to put the Saints inside the red zone, so let's go to the double box now.
Jeff Smith goes in motion. And a marker down. About 4 of them down, as a matter of fact. And we have a couple of people who would like to maybe get to know each other better. Tim Harris, one. Here's Jerry Seaman.
Call a hybrid. He's a combination defensive end and linebacker, and now he's also a commentator. Got to give him my job. Yeah, he'll talk to anybody. What they try to do is just create a little confusion with his opponent, try to get him out of his game, try to get him concentrating more on Mr. Harrison on his assignment.
Well, the Packers now bring in Nate Hill. They're going with more defensive linemen, not that they have that many. On 3rd and 6 for Tampa Bay on the 36 of Green Bay. Testaverde. And Ron Hall is unable to hold on to that pass. Tim Harris defending on the play. That would have been a first down if he had held, but not, and it's 4th down. And Igwe will come on and maybe try a field goal.
Now we'll see what Harris does in the pass defense part of the game. Hall releases inside, and he's open. The ball is right on the nose. Got to make that catch.
It'll be a 53-yard attempt. Igwe, his first field goal attempt of the season. Criswell holds. This is the tie. And the kick is good. It just barely went over the crossbar and might have skimmed it, Dan, you think?
Most definitely. Great kick by Iggy.
That's his nickname. Donald Igwe, mobbed by his teammates. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the first half, we have a tie game, 10-10.
This ball will just skim the crossbar and go over.
Bringing one of them on the blitz now. Nope, pull him out.
Gentry has the first down and gets out of bounds and stops the clock at 53 seconds. Bickett ran him out there.
And you see Dennis Gentry just got a word from Greg Landry. Greg Landry, by the way, is now calling the offensive plays for the Chicago Bears. There you see him right in the middle of your screen there. Former quarterback with the Detroit Lions and a host of other teams. He's out of the University of Massachusetts. But Mike Ditka's giving all the play calling responsibility to Greg in conference with Ed Hughes, their offensive coordinator.
Played for George Allen in the USFL. 1st and 10 on the 32. Anderson to the 40. Out to the 47-yard line. Tullis makes the tackle there. Still 45 seconds remaining on the clock, and there's timeout Chicago.
Yeah, they didn't waste any time getting that timeout call. As soon as Neal hits the ground, there was 46 seconds left when he hit the ground, and 45 they stopped the clock. So that gives them an opportunity now to sit back and analyze what they want to do. If they're running tight on time, they'll try to go for the field goal, get down to maybe about the 30-yard.
Morton Anderson just missed an extra point in Atlanta. He was perfect on these last year, hasn't missed one since December of '85, and that snaps his streak of 73 straight extra points. We're going to move to Washington right now. Doug Williams moments ago finding Ricky Sanders down the sideline on a 55-yard catch. He had another 55-yard touchdown in the first quarter. He's up over 100 yards already in this game, and we're going to head there.
Short of the 9 catches for 193 yards and 2 TDs that broke that Super Bowl record. So he's shooting at a performance.
Let's take a peek at Indianapolis. The Bears are at midfield with under a minute to go in the half.
Quick toss at the 6-yard line. He hits his Art Monk. Good possession receiver, Mock. He's big and strong. Darren Jordan made the stop. 2 timeouts left for the Redskins.
Quickly to the line.
Second down 4. There's a time again. Look at that.
Intercepted.
Intercepted in the end zone.
Bad choice.
Bad throw. Bad throw. And Williams is mad at himself. Intercepted. Who got that ball? There was 3 of them. Looks like Lupe Sanchez, the nickelback, the number 5 defensive back. They did this against Dallas last week. They intercepted a pass in the last 2 minutes of the game. David Little intercepted to save the game for him in the end zone.
It looked like Doug Williams looks first to his right, looks back to his left, and then just whips that ball inside. Watch that. He thinks that a receiver is going to come open. Well, that's a mistake for Williams. He's got to look inside, make sure there's somebody there. He threw that one right directly to Lupe's
coverage over there. Jim had to dump the ball off very quickly because of inside pressure.
So the clock stops at 17 seconds remaining in the half. It'll be 2nd and 10. The ball on the 38. And our score 7-6 Chicago. Again, there's pressure. And there's a flag. It's going to be on
Split screen now in Lambeau as the Buccaneers got the ball back after Donald Igwebuike's field goal in their inside Green Bay territory.
Adjustment towards the sideline. Eugene simply ran into him.
11 seconds remain in the half.
Pass interference. Defense.
Now, the key on this call is to watch Eugene Daniel and watch where he's looking. If he's looking back at the football, he's going to be okay. But if he's looking at that receiver when he bumps him like he is there, that's when you're going to see the flag come out.
You were talking about how they were setting that play up with McKinnon. No question Daniel took the bite here. Actually, a good play by Daniel. He was beaten and took the flag instead of the touchdown.
That's it, and I think any coach will say, hey, look, if you're going to get burned for the touchdown, at least do something to prevent that guy from getting to the end zone.
No question about it. Had he not chucked him there, I'm convinced it would have been a touchdown because the ball was only a step in front of it. Incomplete when he finally got there. 11 seconds remain in the half. First down at the 16. Davis, Gentry, McKinnon, and Morris, the receivers for Chicago. McMahon drops the ball.
Pressure there by Robinson, but what happened was McMahon, just as he was drawing back to throw the football, got hit by his fullback. Watch on the replay, watch the fullback, or Neil Anderson maybe it is, come up and bump the ball out of McMahon's hand just as he's drawn back to throw. Then Neil Anderson gets a great block on Robinson, but he hits Jim McMahon's hand. Here you got to look at it ground level. Watch, middle of your screen. Jim McMahon drops back, just draws back the pass, and Neil takes it out. But Jim McMahon had the alertness of mind to jump back on that football.
Well, I'll tell you what, after Anderson knocked the ball loose, so he knocked Robinson right on his derriere. He knows the difference between come here and sick 'em. 2nd and 16. The ball on the 22. There are now 3 seconds remain as Butler comes on. The field goal attempt will be from exactly 40 yards. Tomczak, the holder. No question about it. And that's how the half will end. So the only touchdown, McMahon to Dennis Gentry. 2 Biasucci field goals, and that one by Butler.
So it's halftime at Indy. We're going to do our halftime report here in just a moment, but first an update from New York. The Giants try a pooch kick, and it almost works. Looks like Adrian White nearly recovered the ball on this replay, but the 49ers get the ball in really good field position out of this attempt. And soon after, Steve Young is able to pick up about 20 yards on the run, really making use of his legs. And after that, they set up Mike Kofer for a 63-yard field goal attempt into the wind that would tie an NFL record. And look at the power on this kick. That would have been good from 73, but it's a miss, and it's tied at halftime. All right, let's take a look at the halftime scores for these afternoon games. Everything is either tied or really close right now. Starting off with the 49ers and Giants tied at 10. The Steelers are leading the Redskins by 3. And the Falcons have the most points of any team right now, leading the Saints by 2. Dolphins and Bills tied at 3. Bucks and Packers tied at 10. And the Bears are leading the Colts just by 4 points. Let's take a look at some halftime highlights, starting off here with the 49ers and Giants game. Steve Young early on in the first quarter really scrambling around, and he's going to get stripped by Andy Heaton. Doug Reisenberg on the recovery there, and the Giants get an early takeaway. Soon after, Phil Simms gets a nice touchdown pass to Lionel Manuel to put the G-Men on the board. And this is going to become a theme throughout the day, throughout all the games. We're going to see Steve Young get stripped again. Eric Dorsey caused it. Pepper Johnson scoops it up, and it's another takeaway for the Giants. And then we had this, Raul Allegre, a field goal attempt. It's a bad snap to Hostetler, and he doesn't even try the kick. He starts blocking for Jeff Hostetler, and, well, you know what happens to the holder when that sort of thing happens. And after that, Doug DuBose, TD run over the top, simple as that, getting the Niners a touchdown, and it's 10-10 tied. Moving on now to Washington, where the Steelers are taking on the Redskins. Here's your Super Bowl MVP, Doug Williams, and he launches it downfield for this perfect touchdown pass to Ricky Sanders, popping into the end zone, 55 yards. That looked like it was going to be the play of the day, but Bubby Brister says, not so fast, I can do better than that. And you can see him launch 64 yards through the air, an 82-yard touchdown to Lewis Lips, and the Steelers are in business. And then after that, we've got Chip Lohmiller. He missed this 36-yard field goal, a hefty doink off the right upright. And soon after that, we'll show you this one in slow motion. Doug Williams, he had a pass intercepted as he tried to find a receiver over the middle, but in the end zone, Lupe Sanchez gets it, and Steelers are ahead 13-10. Now, this game has already been wild as the Saints are taking on the Falcons in Atlanta. Starting off here, Chris Miller, the Falcons quarterback, finding a nice 20-yard touchdown pass to Ken Wisenhunt. He loves that. And then Bobby Hebert, what did I say? This is going to be a theme throughout all the first halves of these afternoon games. He's stripped by Rick Bryan, and then that ball is recovered by the Falcons' Joe Williams. Nice takeaway for the Atlanta D. Soon after, Chris Miller gets a touchdown pass to Alex Higdon. Going down the sideline, didn't we see this one last week? Really nice connection there between the quarterback and tight end. Unfortunately, we also saw this last week. Aubrey Matthews is going to muff this Brian Hanson punt. He did the same thing against Detroit last week. Michael Adams recovered the ball. Saints get the ball back, and then Bobby Hebert, another touchdown pass, this one to Eric Martin in some deep coverage, but Falcons still lead 14-12. Jumping over to upstate New York now with Miami and Buffalo playing. Not a ton of action in this game so far. Jim Kelly did get picked off early in the game, intercepted by William Judson. And then once again, we're going to have a strip sack here. This time it's Dan Marino getting hit by Art Still in his first season in Buffalo. He makes the strip and the fumble, and it's recovered by Scott Radisich. This is the big story in this game right now. Did Rob Riddick make this catch, or did he step out of bounds? The refs ruled it incomplete, even with instant replay. That brings the score to 3-3 tied. Tampa Bay and Green Bay together in Lambeau Field early in the first quarter. Quarterback Randy Wright kind of scrambling around, gets a check down off to Brent Fullwood, who rumbles down the field and has a nice run all the way for a touchdown. And he's happy, but he shouldn't be celebrating too much because he'd have a carry later in that quarter where he gets stripped, and it's a fumble and recovery actually by Sean Lee. He's a rookie for Tampa Bay. It's going to be a good first half for the draft class for Tampa as we see Lars Tate get his first touchdown in the NFL up over the top. And then we had this, a 53-yard field goal from Donald Igwebuike. That's going to be his longest in over a year, 10-10, tied in Lambeau. Let's move now to Indianapolis, where the Colts are taking on the Bears. We showed you this one earlier. Bears punter Ryan Wagner gets hit really hard by O'Brien Alston. That's a big penalty called for roughing the punter. And then the very next play, Jim McMahon makes this gorgeous TD pass to Dennis Gentry. That's a 40-yard gain, beautiful catch, and McMahon gets back up. Jack Trudeau would not have that same luck. Here's a play where he's kind of scrambling and trying to avoid pressure. It doesn't look that bad, but he was down on the field for a while. They had to take a look at him, get off his helmet. He would leave the game for a bit, but would come back later on. And then also we had Kevin Butler doing this field goal right as time expired for the last play of the half. 10-6 Bears over the Colts. And now it's time to get into the second half action. Let's start off here in Buffalo.
Right up around midfield. And Riddick and Tucker will be deep.
I'm not sure what's happening here, Chuck.
Don't ask me. Ronnie Harmon is also down there, a trio of return men. Cortez hits it, just pops it up. And to help the coverage. And it's taken by Riddick at the 10, and that's about as far as he's going to get. Jim Jensen, among others, arriving at the scene. So the Bills and Kelly have the football, and they'll be starting somewhere around their own 10. We'll wait till they spot the ball. Could call it the 11-yard line. Well, the Miami Dolphins have lost their left guard, Roy Foster, with an injured ankle, and he will not return, we're told, unfortunately. Another man who's been out for the Buffalo Bills is Jamie Mueller, and Carl Byam has been in there for all of the second quarter. And he's the only setback behind quarterback Kelly, who drops and leads. Beautiful catch by Reed, crossing the 30-yard line, and a first down for the Buffalo Bills. Give William Judson, among others, tackle credit.
You can't help but wonder if there wasn't some discussion about that conservative play in the first half. The Bills come out and open up the second half with a shot to Reed down, coming across the middle. An excellent pass by Jimmy Kelly for a nice gain to start the second half.
Now Thurman Thomas is set out wide to the right side, and in a slot alongside of him is Burkett. And there goes Burkett in motion through the Bill backfield. We're watching Kelly for the takeaway. No fake, wants to throw, has some time. Carefully thrown pass, caught at about the Buffalo 44. Well, you talk about making a heck of a good catch. The Dolphins were all over the receiver, Andre Reed. John Offendahl, among others, and Rick Graff in there to make the tackle. Take a look at this. The scores. The Steelers 13-10 over Washington, 10-10 tie. The Giants and the 49ers 10-5. The Bears, or 10-3, the Bears. And it's Tampa Bay 10-10. And Atlanta leading New Orleans 14-12 at the 45-yard line. First down for the Buffalo Bills. That's Metzelar in motion, and here he is going to the air again. Kelly lets it go deep downfield, and it is caught by Thurman Thomas. And out of bounds at the Miami Dolphin 21, and that's exactly what the Buffalo Bill fans have been waiting to see. Lippert Hobley knocked him out of bounds.
That brings all the fans to their feet, the coaching fans. This is Kelly's third consecutive pass in a row in the second half. You watch Thurman Thomas come into your screen here, number 34, swings out of the backfield, takes the pass down to about the 20-yard line.
First down for the Bills at the Dolphin 21. That's Metzelar in motion. And that's Thomas again, darting looking for a hole, and punches his way inside the 20. Jarvis Williams, among other white-clad Dolphins, get to him. at about the 18. Second down 7 for the Bills at that spot. 3-3 tie. And in the opening minutes of the second half, the Bills are driving. They've started from their own 11 and are now down at the Dolphin 18. Actually inside it. Split backfield. That's Byron, and of course Thomas back there. Here's Kelly's pass over the middle, and he's got his receiver Reed, who is inside the 10. William Judson helping on the tackle.
First down. Andre Reed caught 8 passes last week, and you can see why. Underneath the linebackers, right in the middle, not afraid to go into the middle and catch the ball. Good, sure-handed receiver.
Reed going out wide to the right side. The other way it's Burkett, and the same duo of running backs. Waiting for Kelly's takeaway. That's Metzelar in motion. That's to Thomas, and he is stuck and stuck good by number 55 as he got down around the yard line. That's number 56, John Offerdahl. Shy of the 5.
Bills have to score here if they're going to do anything. They're down on the 7-yard line. Second down, goal to go. You've got to score in this kind of situation. No mistakes.
From the 7. Lone setback, Byron. A shallow drop. Has plenty of time. Got hit from behind, and it is going to be recovered down around the 5-yard line. And let's see what the official figures. The arm is moving forward, or whether it's a fumble. And Kelly is knocked loose of the football, and the Dolphins have recovered at the 6-yard line.
No mistakes. No mistakes. Watch Kelly get hit from behind. Paul Langford, number 44, blitzing from outside. Cornerback position. Catches Kelly totally unaware. Hits him from the blind side before he can release the ball. Fumble. Miami ball.
Well, a great break for the Miami Dolphins, still wrapped up in a 3-3 tie. And
kickoff in the Washington-Pittsburgh game. Mike Oliphant returns the kick but gets hit hard by Larry Griffin. Coughs it up. Lupe Sanchez falls on it. Pittsburgh has it in the red zone. Let's go there.
Alvin Walton takes him standing up there. Jackson, let's check those individual stats in the first half. Jackson had 18 yards, 6 for 18. Last week he had 76 yards against Dallas. Nobody's done much running for Pittsburgh.
Not a great play for Jackson. He does not have the speed to get all the way to the sideline. Usually when he breaks toward the side, he's looking to cut back, as he did on that play against the Grains.
These fans are getting uneasy here at RFK Stadium with their Super Bowl champ.
They want to see their champions perform like champions, Kurt.
Down 7, Brisker barking those signals. And it is complete at the 4, and he hits Rodney Carter coming out of the backfield, a second-year player from Purdue.
Carter is the best of those pass receivers out of the backfield. Smart football player, got himself cleared on that one, and that was an excellent pass and good protection as Brister continues to impress us here today.
Now they have a first and goal to go on the 4-yard line. That's the first reception for Carter. There's Sanchez. He's intercepted a pass to stop a Washington score, and he's recovered a fumble at the opening of the second half.
Boy, if there's anything that will take the steam out of a team, it's a turnover like that when you've just talked about getting back to the basics and doing what you do well and not making mistakes.
And that is Dawson, a rookie. They had him in the backfield for blocking power, I guess. Dermontti Dawson, you saw him line up in the backfield, Merlin, 63 from Kentucky.
Shades of the refrigerator.
Yeah, 280. There he is, 280.
Here's the opportunity for Dermontti Dawson. He is not going to carry the ball, but block for Ernest Jackson. Going inside on Olkowitz. No, that's not Olkowitz, but blasting him out of there. Good chance for him to get a shoulder in there and drive. That's Kurt Gouvier, the man who was inside on that play, comes in the short yardage.
And a quick count, and it's a touchdown. Bubby Brister
I think they may have outsmarted Washington if they get away with it. They were on the line, but they didn't get in their stances. As long as they're not moving, that's legal. Let's see what the officials have to say.
False start, offense.
They were
not
still
set.
moving. They said they weren't set.
That cost them.
Now, it's legal. You don't have to get down on the three-point stance, but you have to be still for a full second. Watch them come up now. They're going to stand up. They're not going to get down in their stances. Nobody, and right there, it's the quick count. You saw the quick count, but there wasn't the full second hesitation. They almost got away with it.
There's Chuck Noll. Darn it, I think he said.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
It was a good call. Washington was not ready, and Brister was right there in the end zone.
Second and 6 for a touchdown now for the Steelers. Once again, Brister goes, and that that's Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles, the free safety.
I mentioned the safeties earlier. Bowles has such great range. He really has the ability to cover a lot of turf out there. Got over in front of that one. And Brister, as we mentioned, will make some mistakes. That was a mistake. He threw into the teeth of coverage, very nearly had it intercepted.
I want to ask you, on 2nd and 1, you think they gambled with that sort of trick play too much?
It wasn't a gamble. They just didn't execute properly.
3rd down, 6 for the Steelers on the Redskins. 6 Steelers are ahead, 13-10 early in the second half. Crowd roaring, defense. Brister comes in and asks for a time. So there goes Bubby over to talk to Noel, and we'll take a timeout here from RFK. Pittsburgh 13, Washington 10.
Got some action in the Atlanta game right now as a punt from Rick Donnelly just got blocked by Reggie Sutton. It turns the punt into more of a pop fly and bounces back to around midfield. And just a 3-yard punt total. Here's Reggie Sutton. You can see him come off the edge. No one even close to blocking him. Somehow gets a hand or body part on it, and that is not going to go far at all. Saints have the ball, and look who decided to show up. It's Joe Montana. Bill Walsh is making a quarterback change, it seems.
Well, Bill Parcells said all week, he said, we expect to see Montana. They were saying he was doubtful, he probably won't play. Parcells said all week, baloney. Get ready to play Joe Montana when you play the 49ers.
Those 3 touchdowns came in a 12-minute span last week. Ron Heller in motion. Montana play fake into the flat, Tom Rathman. And Rathman sends Perry Williams backwards. Now you get a close look at the Burr haircut, the old flat top of the Nebraska Cornhusker.
He reminds me of the old 49ers. He looks like Gordy Salto used to look when I was a kid watching the 49ers play.
Reminds me of Jim Taylor at Green Bay when I was a kid.
You like those kind of hits when the guy, you talk about things that go in ways that they don't normally bend. His head and neck went that way.
2nd down and 3. Roger Craig. That's short of the 1st down and short of midfield. Tackle made by Pepper Johnson, number 52.
Yeah, it looked like there wasn't even a block there. We're going to see it's right here. Pepper Johnson just runs straight through here, and he doesn't even get blocked. But the guard blocks down to help on the nose tackle. No one blocks Pepper, and he just runs right through the hole. You got to make that play. Maybe his sister called him at halftime and says, Pepper, wrap your arm.
Roger Craig surging over right guard. That's a 1st down for the 49ers. Well, given what's gone on with the 49er quarterback situation all summer long, I don't think it's any surprise that Bill Walsh would make a change at halftime like this.
Well, and, he said yesterday that Montana was going to play. Montana was upset that he didn't start. And, he thought he could and thought he should have started.
1st and 10, 49ers. 2 wide receivers left. Hand off to Rathman. Inside the block of Sapolu for just 1 yard. And Harry Carson makes the defensive play.
On the play before this one, Steve Wallace, the starting left tackle, just limped off the field with what looked like a hamstring. Bubba Paris, number 77, is back in there at left tackle now. See, Big Bubba, remember in training camp, the 49ers thought he was way too big, so they sent him out of camp, sent him to the Pritikin Center to lose weight. He lost a little, but not enough.
He's down to 318. Montana deep, man open, overthrown. Jerry Rice had a couple of steps on Mark Collins.
I think Montana wanted to come in there. That's, again, one of the things I'm sure they talked about at halftime. Joe Montana probably watched that first half, thought that they could get that, and then couldn't wait to do it. Then he wanted to prove, hey, my elbow's okay. Watch me air one out that won't look like a helicopter landing.
Joe himself said last week, after the elbow injury, and he continued to play, he threw a couple of flutter balls.
It looked like helicopters.
3rd and 9. Three-man rush. Roger Craig has some room. First down at the 29-yard line.
Say one thing about Roger Craig, he can catch that underneath pass and then do something with it once he gets it. You know, because Carl Banks was right there. Roger Craig just runs away from him. You know, it's one thing to catch a ball underneath in the open field. Then it's the other thing to run by, around, and through guys that are trying to get you. I tell you, Craig has made this Giant defense, tackling-wise, look poor.
That's a 1st and 10 on the 3rd and 9. A gain of 16. Split backs. Montana. Play fake. Screen pass to Rattler. Good block from McIntyre. Good block from Sapolu, and a gain to the 20.
Checking in with what just happened in the Green Bay game, Randy Wright finds the first-round pick Sterling Sharp along the sideline. He makes a few men miss and gets the first down, but then loses the football. Sidney Coleman recovered the catch. It was punched up by Eugene Marv. Not good for the 7th overall pick. Tampa Bay has the ball in Green Bay territory.
Jeff Smith joins Wilder in the backfield. And it's Smith with Wilder blocking. To the 37, Tim Harris on the tackle. It'll be 3rd and about 5 or 6 now for the Buccaneers. Early here in the 3rd quarter, Dick Stockton and Dan Fouts, both teams embarrassed and humiliated last week and never really in their first game encounters. Both feel that they can win this game and go 1-1 and at worst be a game out of first, right?
There's going to be 14 teams in the league that are going to be that close. Maybe not that many, but one of these two are.
3rd down and 5 at the 37. Testaverde, incomplete. Pass was intended for Ron Hall, and Tiger Green covering on the play, and that'll bring up 4th down.
One of Vinny's problems is not getting set in the pocket, drifting around in the pocket, not really setting his feet to deliver the ball. And I don't care how strong you are, what happens is you lose your accuracy by not setting your feet and throwing.
Well, Donald Igwe-Bike, who made good on a 53-yarder, will try to better that with a 54-yard attempt. Criswell holding. 54-yarder here. Good leg, and the kick is perfect. What a day for Donald Igwe-Bike. There's a penalty marker down, however, at the line of scrimmage, so hold everything.
Oh, what a shame.
What a shame for Tampa Bay, and for the Green Bay Packers, a sigh of relief. A 54-yarder goes by the boards as a holding penalty called against Tampa Bay.
That kick might have gone through from 65 yards. That was a tremendous kick.
Holding. Number 82 offense. Go for it.
Ron Hall. And Igwe-Bike walks off the field shaking his head, and they say, don't worry about it. You'll kick a 55-yarder before this day is over. And he says, I don't know. So now, with the penalty, Criswell will kick. Walter Stanley goes back. Norman Jefferson is out for the rest of the game. So Stanley back there at the 10 for the Packers. Clobbered at
the 10 and winds up on the 12-yard line.
In the opening drive of the season a week ago, Joe Montana's 40.
Bringing in the Bears-Colts game here as Chicago is now in opposing territory after this catch from Ron Morris.
3rd and goal from the 9.
Hey, that was some penalty, wasn't it? There was nothing there. The guy just threw a flag and calls a penalty. They'll see something, they make them up. I don't understand. I can see you missing a penalty. I really can. I can see one missing, but I can't see you making them up if they're not there.
Montana, incomplete for Chandler. 4th down, Mike Gopher comes on.
I'll tell you one thing that the 49ers did is the Giants had a lot of momentum going in at halftime. The 49ers came back and have taken that away from them.
This will be the 12th play of this drive in 5.5 minutes. 26-yard field goal. Gopher has yet to miss an 88. Kicked in the replacement games from the New Orleans Saints last year. Got another one. Mike Gopher is perfect, and the San Francisco 49ers have reclaimed.
Going to bring in the Saints and Falcons. New Orleans is now in the red zone and taking advantage of good field position from that block punt we showed you earlier.
Putting a lot of pressure on Jack Trudeau along with Steve McMichael, number 76. And Richard Dent is even so cool, he's got his visor on in here.
Anderson now. Dan has 11 carries, 61 yards. Dent was very philosophical yesterday when we talked to him about the problems of the past week. 1st down and 10, ball on the 17. McMahon looks to the corner, incomplete. Ron Morris started to run the out pattern and stopped, and McMahon just threw it away. Eugene Daniel was the man covering.
Yeah, he just broke off the pattern. I'm not quite sure why. And here comes Jim Thornton. They call him RoboCop because he looks like RoboCop. Bench presses 500 pounds, runs a 4.6 40. Anything else you can ask of a tight end?
Not that I would ask for.
You look at those arms and it scares those defensive backs.
I'll tell you what's scary. The quarterbacks are bigger than I am now. 2nd down and 10. Anderson, and he loses a couple. Donnell Thompson got there first, big number 99, and was assisted again by Freddie Robinson, who's playing a marvelous game out of the strong safety spot.
And Donnell Thompson is playing a heck of a game too. Here you see the situation substitution, passing situation. You know Indianapolis is going to send in 4 defensive backs. They'll have 7 in total, and they'll bring out all of those linebackers, save 1. And here out comes Bickett. Stays in, and here comes Odoms, and number 73 Klecko comes off the nose as well.
They call it their 40 nickel package. They've got 6 defensive backs in there. Bickett, the down lineman, as Dan just said. 3rd and 13. Anderson, and there is a flag, kills the play before it begins. You know what? I know he only took about 5 steps, but he looked like he was going to pass to me.
He sure did. It looked like a halfback pass. Speaking of killing the play, I think if Neil Anderson had gotten that football, John Hand might have killed him on that sideline. You see Mike Ditka still staying calm now on the sideline and recognizes the fact that there's a penalty, but you don't see him throwing the clipboard. That's how come they took it away from him.
Again.
He's working on that gum now. But I tell you, when you look into those eyes, those blue eyes of his, that could scare any immortal.
You know, I didn't get a chance to do that yesterday. We sat there for 15 minutes and he just stared at the football game that was on television, never looked at us. 3rd and 18, ball on the 25. Underneath to Anderson. Nice play on the corner by Mike Pryor.
Mike Pryor is one of the leaders in interceptions last year in the AFC. Played that one extremely well. Nice pressure on the blitz by number 47 Robinson. And Jim McMahon unloaded the football up underneath. prior was intercepted 6 passes last season.
Led the Colts in that department. Kevin Butler. You saw the success that he has had inside the 40. This a 37-yarder. Plenty of distance, but it looks like he's off to the right. He is. And the crowd here loves it. It's 10-6, and the Colts have the ball.
Fade pattern here. It wasn't Robert Clark who got called for this, but number 81. Boy, that's a costly penalty for the New Orleans Saints.
Well, I think Hantack made a mistake.
I do too. I don't know that they...
89 is
I
Robert
don't think
Clark.
they have an 81, do they?
They do not.
See, when those wide receivers are in tight around the numbers, you got to believe your defensive back, they want extra room to try to get the fade pattern for a touchdown.
High snap, but Anderson boots it through regardless. A 27-yard field goal by Morton Anderson. And New Orleans, not pretty, but effective.
Quite a scene in Washington right now. First off, the Steelers botched their own extra point, so they'll have to settle for 6 on that touchdown. But on the next drive, look, Doug Williams throws an incomplete, kind of getting pulled down, but a fight breaks out between Timmy Smith and Cornell Gowdy. This actually led to Smith getting ejected from the game. He had 200 yards in the Super Bowl, but he's not going to be playing for the rest of the day today. On to Buffalo. Jim Kelly has a pass over the middle to Trumaine Johnson. It goes in and out of his hands, fumbled and picked up by Hugh Green of the Dolphins. They now have the ball in Buffalo territory. Get a replay here. Hit hard, and Johnson did have possession for a very brief time, so it is a fumble, and the Dolphins have it. Let's see what they can do to capitalize here.
That's heavy. They're going to measure to see whether or not Farrell has picked up the first.
He had a reception against Washington in the preseason, a 71-yard touchdown reception against the Washington Redskins. Caught it over the middle and went all the way with it.
Bruce Hardy, the tight end of the Miami Dolphins, sprained a right ankle, and we're told he will not be back, so it'll be up to Farrell Edmonds. In the third, it's the Steelers 19-10 over the Redskins, 13-10 the 49ers over the Giants, and the Bears 10-6 lead over Indianapolis. It's how about this one? New Orleans 15-14. First time they've been in the lead this afternoon in the third. Tampa Bay and Green Bay a 10-10 tie. And we're sitting on a 3-3 tie
that's about to be broken.
First down. Edmonds swings over to the right side. The deep back is Thurman Thomas. I think it's Stratford, and the give goes to Stratford, and he is nailed coming down across the 15-yard line. Troy was just hooked by Shane Conlon. I think he got maybe one hand on the little guy and pulled him down. Second down, about 8, near the 15.
Don't you have the feeling, Chuck, that something's got to bust loose here any minute with these two teams, with all that scoring power, with the great ability of the quarterbacks, the core receivers? Something's got to break loose.
Bennett and Stratford in a split backfield. Cooper and Clayton are wide to the right side. Here is a lot of time, and Marino lets it go over the middle, and Stratford, it looked as though he was there at the 10, and Cornelius Bennett was there with him. Gain of 5 brings up third and about 3 now for the Dolphins.
Troy Stratford, as we told you earlier, has led the Dolphins in receiving and rushing last year. As he comes across the middle, curls in, takes a quick pass, and is hit immediately by Cornelius Bennett.
Well, they go out of the shotgun. Jensen is alongside quarterback Marino. This is a third down and 3. Look out. He got rid of it. It's blocked. Incompleted forward pass. And the Dolphins will trot the field goal unit out to see if they can break a 3-3 tie. Might have been Smerlis on the block. We'll know in a moment. Let's take a look.
Getting a lot of pressure from a cornerback coming in the left side of your screen. Also, Shane Conlon and Smerlis Art Still gets his hand up right in the middle. But number 21, Wayne Davis, puts a lot of pressure on from the outside. So a good overall defensive effort.
27-yard field goal effort now by Revez. Has he got it? Well, the heck with a 3-3 tie. 27-yard field goal, and the Dolphins have broken that seemingly endless 3-3 tie that we've been talking about.
Interception. Nope. Ball
Darrell
rolls
Green.
away.
Now there's a real matchup. The fastest man in the NFL, Darrell Green, against a man who has recovered from 2 years of frustrating hamstring pulls and has started this season a resounding style for the Steelers. He's had an 80-yard catch today for a touchdown, 50 yards last week. We told you he scored 26 touchdowns his first 2 years, 1,500-yard pass receiving 1 year, 1,800 the next year, and then Zippo in the whirlpool, and now he's back. They're on the 35-yard line, 2nd and 10. The Steelers are ahead 19-10. Third-year quarterback, Bubby Brister, sends Jackson in motion. They're going to run the draw to Dwight Stone. Stone, a fleet player. First down out to the 47-yard line. Tackled by Wilbur Marshall. We haven't seen Wilbur too much today.
He's still having some trouble with the scheme here, Kurt. It's a big change for him. He had difficulty adjusting to Vince Tobin's new scheme when Buddy Ryan left Chicago. Took him a while to do that. It will take him a while to get comfortable here. But Marshall's quickness, his power, his big playability will begin to show more and more each week. He made that play, but unfortunately it was way downfield and after the first down was made.
Steelers have 8 first downs. Washington 11. A quick toss. That's complete to Jackson coming out of the backfield. He fights his way to the 29 of the Redskins before he's stopped by Todd Bowles, a free safety, a third-year player out of Temple. Another first down for these young Steelers, who pick up 23 on that one.
They seem to be taking advantage of the fact that the Redskins right now are saying, what is going on here? What is going on? Because they really felt they had control of this game, and suddenly they don't have control of this game. They look up on the scoreboard, and they're on the tail end of this thing, and badly so.
Bubby Brister brings them up.
Bringing in the Packers here as they have gotten inside Tampa's 40-yard line in Lambeau.
Takes it. He's going to roll. He's being now. He'll have to scramble away. He can do it. He can do it. Throws it down and out of the way. He's trying to get the lips. Great block. Helped him back there.
Almost a clip.
Yeah.
Almost a clip.
Terry Long, 74. Watch this one here. Terry Long.
Long coming all the way back to protect his quarterback. We call that a Tarkington roll when a quarterback turns his back on the line of scrimmage. Takes the angles away from the defenders. Bubby, using his scrambling ability, has not been able to get out of the pocket, has not had to get out of the pocket much today, and they have not used as much of the rolling pocket as they expect to use in this game. And I think that's because their offensive line up front has been able to do a pretty good job of neutralizing a bigger and stronger defensive line.
Second down, 10. Brister on the draw to Jackson. Jackson hitting to the 25. 20 and fighting for the first down. I think he's short. Brought down by Brian Davis, the cornerback.
Not too far short, about a yard short. It'll be 3rd and 1. But Tom Moore, who is the offensive coordinator, doing a good job of mixing the plays. A little draw play here. They get the defensive end Manley all the way up the field, thinking pass. And there they are inside. Let's see what Marshall did on that play. 58. He is looking inside, locked up on the thought there. And Jackson, what a beautiful job of setting him up for John Reenstra, number 79.
Good block.
Great, well, a great setup by the back, too. Sets that linebacker up for the block.
3rd and 1. Steelers on the Redskin 20. Fumble going into the line. That's a costly mistake. I believe the Redskins may have recovered.
Well, and the Redskins are saying, well, we finally got one on our side. That ball never really firmly in the hands of the running back, Ernest Jackson. Brister had a little trouble with the handoff, and the ball popped loose and into the hands of the waiting Redskins.
That's the first turnover by the Steelers in 6 quarters, and
watch the handoff there. Just bounced right off the chest of Jackson. And we can see that again. Looks like it was placed inside comfortably by Brister. Jackson didn't close on the football.
21-yard line, Washington's ball, first down.
There it is again. Brister put it right in the ball.
Timeout called by Randy Wright. He didn't like what he saw as the Buccaneers quickly sent in some defensive reinforcements, and so Green Bay is forced.
All right, let's head back to Indianapolis. They're the only game on right now. All the others are at commercial.
Took off upfield. Say, Matt Suey, I was joking with him the other day. I said, you're like the phoenix. You keep rising from the ashes. And he goes, yeah. And he was coloring his hair with a little Grecian formula because he's prematurely gray.
You're not supposed to tell those stories. Fred Young comes back out. Young flew all night, got here Friday morning. That trade with Seattle for 2 #1 draft picks in '89 and '90. 5-year contract. It'll be first down at the 17. McMahon with pressure. Wisely throws that one at the feet of Neil Anderson, and it'll bring up second down. You know what Fred Young told us yesterday? That he had told Mike McCormick last Saturday that it had gone on long enough and I'm retiring from football. And he says it's not a ploy. I've given it thought. I've played football all my life, but now I'm ready to go on to something else. I'm walking away from the game.
Now here's Jay Hilgenberg working against Darby. Watch him inside. Watch he and Bortz just take Darby down to the ground. That's what you call strong arms. See how they just throw those guys down to the turf? Kind of like that. I like that number that Bortz was wearing as well. It's my old number.
It's amazing they didn't retire it.
Yeah. Hall of shame.
Second and 10. Out across the 20 to the 22-yard line goes Anderson. That'll bring up 3rd and 10. Or correction.
Here comes the Bears wide
3rd
receivers. And here comes the Colts substitutions as well on defense. So you see those 3 defensive backs coming in, and Israel Johnson, who's the pass rush specialist.
Situation substitution, you mentioned that. It's like a chess match now. The coaches trying to mix things up as they bring in Pryor, Ball, Wright, Daniel, Robinson, and Tullis.
And there's Jim Thornton, RoboCop. He's over on the bench with a little injury. Sure they'll get a little grease and get him ready again, RoboCop.
3rd and 6. McMahon to the flats, and they aren't going to get it.
Heading back to Lambeau right now, Packers are going to go for it on 4th down.
Caruth on a draw on 3rd and 2, where he didn't make the yardage. Same type of personnel in the game. Caruth is the running back now.
Randy Wright had called a timeout. Here's the play on 4th down. Wright's pass to Epps. Let's see where they mark it. It'll be close. And at first glance, it appears as if the Packers have a first down, but there's a penalty marker down. Ricky Reynolds got wrapped around Epps, and the penalty is against the Packers, and that just may change what they do totally now. They'll have to kick it away.
There are good times. There's probably never a good time to have a penalty. This is a terrible time.
Illegal formation. Number 75 was not on the line of scrimmage. Still 4th down.
And Rutgers, who should know better.
That's really another one of those inexcusable type of lining up incorrectly type of penalties. We've seen a lot where the guy was lining up too close to the ball. This time Rutgers is too far in the backfield or too far off the ball, and it's kind of a ticky-tack type of penalty.
They had the first down, though, with Epps just barely. So Bracken now forced to kick it away. Smith is back for Tampa Bay, going for the corner, and it goes out of bounds.
Let's head to New York here. The Giants and 49ers. Giants have the ball on 4th down. Give it to Joe Morris. Did he get across the line? It's really close. They bring out the sticks. Nope. Sorry, Parcells. No can do. Looks like you're a few inches short. So that would have been the second 4th down conversion for the Giants today, but it's going to go back to the 49ers, and they'll have great field position around midfield, leading by 3 right now. And just moments ago in Atlanta, New Orleans gets the ball. Dalton Hilliard coughs it up on a nice run, and it's picked up by Bobby Butler. He's able to return it all the way to the Saints' 25-yard line. So now they're just outside the red zone. Let's turn the game to Atlanta.
I like to call a play-action pass. I think they were trying to go for 6 on this one, but Chris Miller kept his cool. Good coverage by the Saints. Stayed in the pocket and rolled out, found the alternative receiver for a first down.
Unnecessary
unnecessary roughness. Defense, number 44, penalized half the distance to the goal line. First down.
I'll tell you what, I think that was a good call. Dave Waymer, left corner for the Saints. 44 versus 44. John Settle coming outside, almost out of bounds. I've given the benefit of the doubt, but that's clearly a late hit. And he got the worst of it as well. If you're going to get a cheap shot, at least make sure the guy goes down. Dave Waymer, first Pro Bowl last year in '87. A very heady, very uncharacteristic play by Dave Waymer from Notre Dame.
First and goal for the Falcons. Ball at the 7 of the Saints. 4 receivers in for the Falcons. And Miller decides to run it. He gets down near the 1.
Ran the quarterback draw. It took Sylvester Stamps, spread him out. Took Alex Hickman, the tight end, spread him out. So now you've got the secondary coverage and the linebackers worrying about passes, spread out wide, and then he runs the quarterback draw to the 1 yard line. This is a very difficult play in a goal line to execute.
Number 64 is
He didn't
reporting
really
as
sell the
eligible.
fake
Number
long enough, but he got
64.
good blocking. Almost a touchdown. Can't slide on this one. He's got to stick his head into it. Came close to scoring on that play.
Second and goal. Primus and Settle are the running backs in for Atlanta.
New Orleans for third timeout.
And I got to tell you what, New Orleans is making some real errors here. They just had to call another timeout. They didn't have the right personnel in. Seems to be some real confusion here today with the New Orleans Saints defensive, offensive, and
Turning back to Washington right now, Doug Williams finding Terry Orr wide open for a 48-yard catch and run to set up Washington in the red zone. Orr only had 3 catches all of last year. He only had 35 yards, and he just smoked that in 1 throw here from Doug Williams. But the Redskins still have some catch-up to do. It's 19-10 Steelers. Let's go there now.
I think we're going to look back in this game somewhere and find out where that fumble by Ernest Jackson with third down and a short yard to go on the Redskin 20 is going to be very costly.
Well, when you know you're outmanned, Kurt, and you've got to have every advantage to win, the one thing you can't afford to do is to give your opponent an opportunity, an extra opportunity. And that's what you do when you turn the ball over to him.
Out of the eye. Morris hit that time. Maybe a half-yard loss. Rod Woodson came up in the left corner. Williams, 16 out of 31 passing. Doug, 312 yards, 1 touchdown.
He's got a full day's work in already. We're not even to the third quarter, the end of the third quarter.
We have an injury. I believe it's Terry Orr, the man that caught that 58-yard pass.
Terry Orr that caught that long pass, and I don't blame him if he'd be a little tired, but it looks like he may have been shaken up on that play.
4 minutes, 31 seconds remaining.
Gonna head to Green Bay again. Vinny Testaverde throws to Mark Carrier. Makes a few guys miss, but then he's gonna cough up the football here. It's another fumble. Both receivers and quarterbacks today across the league really having troubles holding onto the ball. Green Bay's gonna get it. You can see in the replay, Mark Lee comes in and strips the ball, punches it right out of his hands, and then Blaze Winter is gonna recover it. Green Bay has the ball in this tie game in Lambeau.
That's Jamie Dukes in for the Atlanta Falcons. Third-year player out of Florida State reporting in as an eligible receiver. Primus and Settle, the running backs. Second and goal. Ball at the 1 for the Falcons. This is Settle. And a flag is thrown on a play with the touchdown signal for the Falcons. We'll await the call by the official.
The Falcons are saying touchdown.
Offside. Defense lined up in the neutral zone. Penalty is declined. Touchdown.
So the touchdown for the Falcons stand. John Settle second-year player out of Appalachian State, scores a touchdown for Atlanta.
And a very impressive drive by a young Falcon offense. Go over the left side of the line behind Jamie Dukes. Mike Ken, good stick there, but not enough to prevent him from going over for a touchdown. There's nothing fancy about this. Who wants it more?
66 leading inside on that play. That's about 500, 600 pounds of beef on the move there.
Ball officially is on the 1-yard line. Bernie Morris was drafted in the 4th round. And they're riding down on the half-yard line.
He's short.
He's short, and he's hit there by
knee popped down.
Jordan.
Knee popped down before he popped into the end zone. Now watch it from ground level. Morris's knee will a touch. Watch him here. Yeah, there he's down. Now he lunges into the end zone from there, but not until his hip, actually not his knee, it was his hip that was down. Excellent call by the officials on the field.
Second down, a foot to go for a touchdown. Field in motion. Morris just watches in. Jamie Morris, who 3 years at Michigan had over 1,000 yards and gained 4,390 for his career. Wolverines all-time leading rusher. He went number 4. You'll say, why? Well, he's 5'7", 185, and the pros consider that small. They like him big.
And we've got another catch controversy here in the Buffalo game. Did Thurman Thomas catch this ball with both of his feet in bounds? It would result in a first down, and the refs ruled it complete. If you can look at his feet there, it looks like one might have moved behind the other into the white, but regardless, it's a completed catch as of now, and the Bills have the ball near midfield, and we're going to keep the game here.
Now has carried 14 for 46 yards. Second half doubleheader games. New York Jets at Cleveland, New England at Minnesota, Kansas City at Seattle, Cincinnati at Philadelphia coming up next. Second down and 5. Shallow drop, quick release, and he's got the great big man. And Metzelaar fumbles as he was knocked down and is recovered by the Miami Dolphins. Will they say he had possession right there? Yeah, that's it. That's what they say. Jarvis Williams picked it up and started back with it, but the official rules possession.
Watch Jim Kelly throw the ball to Metzelaar, the big tight end, right across the middle, and he gets hit here by Thurman Thomas, and the ball comes loose after it hits the ground. The ground cannot cause a fumble.
Well, it stands. It is a completion and a first down.
Across the 30, near the 35-yard line. Excellent return by Mel Gray. David Kudip on the stop.
I'll tell you what, when you get a big momentum drive like they did just then, you should see those guys on special teams. They are flying down with power packs on their back. There were some great hits on that one. Last week, New Orleans had 3 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and 1 fumble. Today, early in the third quarter, they've got 4 fumbles.
A 34-yard kick return by Mel Gray gives the Saints the ball at their own 34. Hill and Martin to the right. This is Ruben Mays, the ball carrier. Mays with first down yardage plus.
I think they're going to test the right side of that Falcon defense. They've got a second-year guy, Michael Reed, in there. They're running away from that dirt on the infield. And behind those big guys, Dombrowski, Edelman, they've got a very fleet back in number 36.
First and 10 for the Saints. Ball at their own 46. 3:14 remaining in the third quarter. Saints trail 21-15. Hebert back to pass. Complete to Craig Hayward out of the backfield. And the big fella takes it near midfield. A 4-yard pickup.
Things are getting turned up a few notches here. I think we're getting a lot of guys are going into the locker room. Mike Gann, number 76, just went in. Take a look. He's had a rough day, and it's only in the third quarter. But I can just see, you can see things are just, the hitting is getting harder here in the third quarter. These guys are getting tired, but they're turning it up a notch as they can smell victory for the Atlanta Falcons.
Reggie Camp is in at left end to replace Mike Gann.
Let's switch over to the Miami and Buffalo game as they're entering the fourth quarter.
And the ball now down to the Dolphin 27. Dolphins 113 yards in passing. And the Bills trying to get caught up. It's Byron in motion. Again, it's Thomas. Just lost his balance on making the cut and is close to first down yardage, and we'll have to see what it looks like after the untangle. T.J. Turner, among others, turning it in. And the officials are going to take a look at it and measure.
Jimmy Ringo, one of my old pals from Green Bay, the offensive line coach now with the Buffalo Bills. Jim and I played together back in the early Eocene period, just before the Ice Age hit Wisconsin.
At the Dolphin 26, first down for the Bills. 6-3 the Dolphins, a lot of time remaining. Burkett wide to the left side of the set. That sends Reed the other way. Thomas and Byron are the setbacks. That's Reed in motion through the Bill backfield. Pitch back to Thomas on that right side. Squirts through a bit of a hole and is close to the 20.
Let's switch over to the Chicago-Indianapolis game. They've been pretty quiet, but now a 48-yard gain. A huge pass from Jack Trudeau to Clarence Burton in his first catch as a Colt. Colts in the red zone.
Now you have to wonder if the Colts are going to try to run over that right side where Kevin Call just came out from.
Second and goal from the 3. Play action. Incomplete, interference. Singletary is really hot. Baldinger, 62, was eligible. Singletary had coverage, but interfered.
Well, Mike forgot the cardinal rule now this year in the pass interference play is that even if it's an offensive lineman, you still got to respect the fact that you've got to look at the ball and not the receiver when you're going to make the play, especially down here in the end zone. Mike never turns around to look for the football, and that's why he gets the penalty on the play. And Baldinger, an offensive lineman, see, they always know how to call for a play.
While we were talking about that, Dean Biasucci, the kicker of the Colts, came out on the field. But it's first down and goal at the 1. And Dickerson's not going to make it. Biasucci was confused. Trudeau says, get out of here.
Chased him off. That time the Bears defense said, get out of here to Eric Dickerson right down on the goal line. He didn't gain anything. Well, here it is right down the pit. This is where all the action is. You see that the Colts offensive line lost their movement on the line of scrimmage, and that had that defensive line pushing them back. That's what you want out of your line down there.
Defensive coordinator couldn't be any more happy. Let that defensive line establish a new line of scrimmage, a yard deep in the backfield, and let the linebackers fill. So that's the end of the third period. With a score, Chicago 10, Indianapolis 6. And we now pause for a word from your local station.
Got it away. Looks good, and it is good. So the Bills and the Dolphins are right back where they were a couple hours ago, all tied up. A sellout crowd at Rich Stadium. That is now Buffalo 6 and Miami.
Going to go back into the double box here. We've got two teams in the red zone, both New Orleans and San Francisco within the 20-yard line.
There's a little extracurricular here as you take a look behind Bobby Hebert. Little kick there, almost looked like Andre Bruce was giving some Taekwondo or something to him. What do you think, James? You know those kicks.
Not a very good kick.
Got him 15 yards. Good enough for 15. I guess you're right. I always felt if you're going to get your kicks in, make it worth 15 yards.
That was Dombrowski and Andre Bruce on the
pushing action.
See, that's a smart play by Dombrowski. Smart because he didn't retaliate, got the 15 yards.
Personal foul. Defense, number 93, 15 yards, first down.
Goaded a young guy who wants to make a big impression into making a careless mistake, a non-thinking mistake. You got to play emotionally, but you got to stay within yourself. And that is a big 15-yard penalty against the Falcons.
And the Saints, on the strength of that penalty, march inside the 20-yard line of the Falcons. Ball marked at the 17. It'll be 1st and 10.
The key is when you make one mistake that you don't compound it and make two. Let's see how Andre Bruce does this time.
35 seconds remaining in the third. Ruben Mays. Mays across the 10. He'll score. Touchdown, New Orleans. A 17-yard touchdown run by Ruben Mays.
Ruben Mays gives that quickness to their offense they really need. Little misdirection play right inside the left end. Take a look here, some great blocking. Hayward gets in the way of Ruben Mays, but also some Falcon defenders, and Mays cuts it to the corner for a touchdown.
Time to go back to Indy. It's the start of the fourth quarter, and the Colts are deep in the red zone, close to scoring.
Dickerson's wide open. There is a flag.
Well, I'll tell you what, Richard Dent just kissed Jack Trudeau, too. Jack didn't even get to see the play completed. But wait a minute, what may have happened is Eric Dickerson may have started up the field before the ball was snapped.
And it's against the Colts. There may have been a pick.
And there's Chip Meyer, the receiver coach.
Pass interference, number 85, second down.
It's Matt Booz, number 85. He pushed off a play.
So they move it back to the 12, and it'll be 2nd and goal from the 12.
Of course, if you wonder how come Eric Dickerson was so wide open on the play, well, that's why Matt Booza had a little something to do with it down in there. You pick those guys off, and suddenly your running back is going towards the cones, and he's wide open.
Interesting play, though. Everybody expected Dickerson to run. He went to motion.
Well, you know, as soon as you see him going in motion out of that backfield, it's got to be a pass on a rollout.
The give inside to Dickerson to the 5, touchdown.
So the Colts go ahead, and now the Redskins are poised to strike as well. They're just outside the red zone.
The Redskins ball, 3rd down, 9 to go on the Pittsburgh 29-yard line. Doug Williams going to try to rush him hard. Look out, he's got his back, and he's incomplete. That's Delton Hall, who had his back to the pass. Clark is down there. You know, some people are going to yell face guarding. It's only face guarding when you wave both hands.
Good job by Delton Hall, who'd been beaten a couple of times earlier, been beaten earlier in this game for a touchdown. The blitz is on. Williams feels it. It's coming from the outside, and Gowdy gets a good pass off to the outside. Delton Hall gets a handover and actually brushes Clark back. Clark had his hands on the football momentarily, but it bounced away as he hit the ground. And Lohmiller will have a chance to put his team ahead as he'll go for a relatively long field goal here.
46 yards, but as we mentioned earlier, he kicked a 62-yarder at college at the University of Minnesota.
But he doesn't have a tee here, Kurt.
That's true. College are allowed to tee. And he had 16 out of 19 last year.
The cue on the holder. He's a do-everything kind of guy.
This could put the Steelers, Redskins ahead if they make it. It's got the legs. And it is good. The rookie hits it. He puts them up. That's 2 field goals for him. Boy, that'll give him confidence for the future.
Things getting scrappy up at Lambeau Field between the Bucks and Packers. Here we see Tampa Bay linebacker Winston Moss getting into it with the guard Rich Moran, throwing some punches. Moss really showing some aggression, but no one got ejected. Still tied.
Here's 34. Ball at Caruth, giving ground and takes a loss on the play. Sidney Coleman and Bobby Futrell. Coleman, who's, you mentioned, a rookie free agent out of Southern Mississippi, forced to play when Irvin Randall went out. The best inside linebacker the Bucks have is really showing Ray Perkins an eyeful today.
The eyeful that I'm really enjoying, though, is watching Randy Wright and his hot hand in this second half. If I'm calling the plays, I'm not calling any running plays anymore. I'm going to ride this guy's arm until it drops. He's on.
2nd and 11 at the 35. 10-10 the score. Wright will run. He's tripped up 3 yards shy of a first down by Ron Holmes. But he had the presence of mind to run, and he had Caruth in front of him.
Wright hit Brent Fullwood earlier in the game in a similar type of situation from a similar part of the field. He comes back into the pocket and has a lot of time to throw, and there's Caruth in front of him. He could have dumped the ball off to him, as he did earlier in the game when he threw it to Fullwood. I know that Caruth is going to be asking him, hey, why didn't you throw me the ball?
He's not far from the first down. 3rd and a long one at the 26. Ken Davis joins Caruth in the backfield. Ken Davis carries, and he stops short of the first down. He was hit hard at the 25, and I don't believe he made the sticks. Kevin Murphy came in and forced the play nicely. And it'll be 4th down.
Well, they went for it on 4th down the last time. I would expect to see him to go for it again.
You expect to see 4 wide receivers?
No, I think it's a little bit shorter distance, and oh my.
Well, they bring in Max Zendejas to try the field goal with 9:40 to go. Figure this one out.
I'm not sure I can, although it is the 4th quarter. They need 3 points. The wind is at Zendejas' back. He's already shown the big leg earlier in the game with a 50-yarder. That's got to be the thinking.
A 43-yard field goal attempt to try to break the tie. Bracken holds. There's the wind. There's the kick. Penalty marker down. And we'll have a delay of the game. They took too much time, and a delay of the game call against Green Bay.
Delay of game offense.
So they'll have to move back, and that would be a 48-yarder now. That makes things a little testy. Although, as you mentioned, Zendejas did click from 50, and the wind is really whipped up now.
Both these teams, it appears that they're trying to lose this ball game. They're getting all these great situations. They're converting them, but then they have a silly penalty like delay of game. Somebody's got to be watching that clock.
So this will be a 48-yard attempt. Max Zendejas blocked. The kick is blocked, and it goes into the end zone, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hold, and we keep the tie.
So it's a blocked kick in Lambeau, and now let's get back to the Steelers on their first play of the drive.
Third-year player, Northeast Louisiana, and a standout. Going to throw on first down. He's hit from behind, and the pass is complete to Stone. He can fly. He's at the 40, 35, the 30. Does he get a block? He's going. He's in there. Touchdown. 72 yards. Brister, the Stone, and the young Steelers come right back.
Great block by Charles Lockett, who cleared the way for him downfield, and I think Bobby Brister just passed the test again, Kurt. The 2 defensive ends, Manley and Mann, both on the sideline with injuries. Brister gets a little bit of time. and hits the speedster Stone right down the middle. He just outruns a couple of flat guys there. Now watch the block. 89 right here.
Exciting things happening in Washington, but we're going to switch over to New York. 49ers are at midfield facing a third down.
It was 10-10 at halftime. It's 13-10 now. 49ers, they got that drive right off the bat. And are we watching a great defensive game, or are we watching a boring game in the second half?
I'll follow your lead.
I don't know. As a coach, I like to say, hey, this is great defense. I love it. But as a fan, I think, hey, this second half has kind of gotten a little
And now we're going to bring in the Dolphins game as well. They're inside Buffalo's 40.
That
may end right now. 3rd and 3.
Air it out.
Rice in motion. Craig slipped. 49ers have to punt. Pepper Johnson putting the pressure on Joe Montana.
I think that's one of the I was going to say, Bern, I think that's one of the problems with only having one guy you're looking at. Watch Montana here. He's looking at Roger Craig all the way. Now, if Roger Craig slips, there's no one else that's open or ready to catch the ball. And I think
I like to go outside on 3rd and 1. I like to go right at him. You can see Troy Stratford get the ball here and take it around in, and bingo. He is met by Ray Bentley and a handful of Buffalo Bills. And it appears that it is just inches short.
Yes. And if you're Don Shula, you've got a decision to make. And I don't see anybody but the offensive unit. Lorenzo Hampton coming out. Stratford is still there. Bennett is there. Now Stratford now begins to move toward the sideline. It will be 4th down inches.
Great place for a quarterback sneak. If we can't make 4 or 5 inches, we're in the wrong place.
Now let's see what Shula and the Dolphins are going to do. They are definitely going for it. How they will do it. Sometimes it's a smart idea to just go right ahead with a quarterback keeper in this case. But you think the Bills won't think of that? Look at them plugging up that middle. I don't know. I don't think so.
Cornelius, cheerleader Bennett.
Deliberation in Orchard Park. Meanwhile, in Indianapolis, the Chicago Bears are inside the Colts 30, trying to get back on top.
Bennett hit the hole as hard as he could, but it just remains to be seen. They're going to have to measure again. They only needed a couple of inches. Well, they indicate a 1st down.
Surely
they're going to measure. They are going to measure. Okay, I'm just going to say.
Something that close.
The referee says, no, I don't need a measurement. It's a 1st down. Well, I'm glad. So Bennett did get it. He only had to get a couple of inches.
Close call.
Yes, it was.
And now is a perfect time for that over-the-shoulder pass from Marino.
Jerry, you've been looking for that all day. Edmonds in motion. He's replaced Hardy here in the second half. Bruce is out with a bad ankle. Wants to put it up. 1st down. Dumps it off, and he's got Stratford down around the 33-yard line. Boy, what great reaction on the part of quarterback Marino. Bentley made the tackle on the elusive Stratford. Had he not, it would have been interesting, because once that fellow gets out in the open, he is very difficult to find.
We got a little pressure here on Marino, and I think he dumped this ball a little quicker than he wanted to, and Troy Stratford goes down almost to the carpet to catch this ball. Just a couple inches off the carpet. It was a great catch, great move by an exceptional athlete.
He's caught 7, as you see, for 43 yards. And the pitch, there he is again. And he attracted a lot of company, didn't he, though? Seals was there first. Leon. Back to the line of scrimmage.
Big Leon Seals replacing Bruce Smith, who is out for 30 days, violation of the substance abuse rule. Little concern here that the loss of Bruce would really hurt this defensive team, but Leon Seals has stepped in and there hasn't been a noticeable fall off in performance at that spot.
And from the shotgun, 3rd and 4. They get it inside the Bills' 30 for a first down. Marino has some time. He took a heck of a belt, and it is an incompleted forward pass intended for Jensen. And what great coverage on the part of Mark Kelso of the Bills. And it'll be 4th down. Still about 4. And Reves is on field. And you can take a look at the punishment that, well, we better watch the field goal, and then maybe we can go back and show you the hit on Marino. This is going to be spotted at about the 40-yard line. It'll be a 50-yard effort on the part of Reves. Crowd has let her go, and it is going to be short. It is not good. Now you can take a look at the hit on Marino. And this is what the punishment he took, trying to get rid of the ball.
Watch Wayne Davis coming in from the blind side there again. Saw that in the first half. Have to put pressure on Marino.
Now a big play for the Buffalo defensive unit. Now they
So the Bears score, the Dolphins don't, and now in Atlanta the Saints are past midfield.
Down near the 35-yard line.
You know, when you got a guy who's in the fullback position who weighs more than probably Joel Hilgenberg, your starting right guard, you know you're going to get some blocking on him. This play, he took some short motion, and he was already out there on the contained man. Allowed Ruben Mays to pick and choose what hole he wanted to go.
As we went to commercial, Hobie Brenner was the injured New Orleans Saints player on the field. Injured hip, and was questionable as to whether or not he'll be back in the game.
Leaves it up to John Tice, number 82. Very capable tight end to do the job.
3rd and 4 for the Saints at the Falcons' 35. And a great catch by John Tice going down. First down yardage for New Orleans.
Well, John Tice is a very, very big tight end. He was going against a linebacker on this one. 6'5", 250 pounds, one-on-one against John Rady. He invites the contact. That's legal. Rady loses his balance, and he makes a nice diving catch for the first down. Now, John Rady's going to say, hey, that's illegal, but within 5 yards is completely legal. Just pushed off when went for the first down.
Saints at the 26 of Atlanta. 9:53 remaining in the 3rd. Hebert back to pass on first down. Has Hayward out of the backfield. Hayward up and over. An earthquake on the right side of the field as Hayward landed inside the 10.
Well, that's a big man to jive over. I think if I was coming in and making this tackle and I went low and he jumped, I would hope that he just didn't land on me. Comes out of the backfield, good hands, you can see there. Now he's going to jump or hurdle over the defensive back, number 34, Moore. God, Rady's lucky he didn't fall on him, number 59, or he might have gotten knocked out of the ball game, might have broken some ribs.
Rattled the first down marker over there. 1st and goal for the Saints. Hilliard inside the 5.
Quick cut in here to show you a bad snap that just happened in the Pittsburgh-Washington game. Doug Williams fumbled the snap, and it's recovered by Pittsburgh rookie Darren Jordan, 5th-round pick out of Northeastern.
Up for grabs, and look at number 54, Joel Williams, coming from the inside linebacking position. Hilliard cuts inside his block, and he gets, whoa, good stick, good finishing hit. Actually, John Rady made the first hit. Linebackers have been very active for the Falcon defense today.
Joel Williams in on the assist. 2nd and goal, ball at the 4. Hilliard looking for room. Touchdown, New Orleans.
especially a good running back who makes a touch on.
Now that the Saints have scored, let's bring in the Giants. They're trying to get down the field and tie the game or take the lead in this fourth quarter.
Pulls a Houdini move on him. I'm here, now I'm gone, and it's a race for the flag, and he just outraces John Rady. A lot of arm tackling, and boy, does that guy want a touchdown or what?
He let it go, incomplete pass. Charles Haley again.
The 49ers are going to end up with a pretty good defensive player in Charles Haley. I know that when they first moved him there and in the spring and in the preseason game, they weren't sure what they had. But they also need a dominant player on defense. And if they don't watch out, this guy could be the guy who's going to be that dominant player.
They've asked Haley to line up both in an up position at linebacker and in the nickel defense as a down lineman. Now he comes to the right side, and he will be in and... Well, is he going down? Yes, he's in an up position, but on the line.
And he's hurt, too.
Here comes Haley again. Almost picked off. Ingram fell, and in the process, knocked Don Griffin out of the way. Now, let's go back to Brent Musburger in our New York studios for this update.
Vernon, John, here's how the Chicago Bears regained the lead in Indianapolis. Matt Suhey pounds in from 2 yards out. Butler's extra point is good. 17-13. 9 minutes to go in that one. Let's go back to Vernon Scheid.
13-10 here, Brent. 5:18 to go, and 3rd and 10, and Haley is hurt and out of the lineup. 3 wide receiver set for the Giants. 4-man rush for the 49ers. And man wide open. At the 25, it's Manuel.
Gonna double box in the Steelers here as they're entering the red zone after that Doug Williams fumble we showed you earlier.
That's a gain of 16. The clock shows 4:40 remaining in the ball game. 1st and 10. Joe Morris almost got by Mike Walter.
Say, as long as Tim McKyer is that far off Emmanuel, I would keep throwing the ball to him. I think the way McKyer is playing and has played these last few downs, they can hit Lionel Manuel on ins and outs at about 12 or 15 yards all day.
They've got a 2nd down and 9 now. 4:10 to go in the ball game. 13-10 49ers.
See how far McKyer is off him? I think they can still run that same pattern.
10-12 yards. Zone defense employed by the 49ers. Sims pulls up. Incomplete. McKyer and Manuel.
Well, they had the thing, and they had it earlier. Watch him. Had Sims been able to throw it now, he had him wide open. He had to hold it a little, but he still hit Manuel right in the hand.
3rd and 9. Haley comes out. Carter comes out, and Ellison comes out. The nickel defense now. This will be the dime defense, I think, with 6 defensive backs for the 49ers. Homo. Griffin comes near side. 3rd and 9. Draw play, George Adams. No. And that will bring on Raul Allegre along with boos from the crowd.
I think I would have tried to come right back and hit Manuel again because the way McKyer's playing him, I think they could make a living over there on that side. And maybe they went to the well one time too often on that draw play from the shotgun.
Allegre, 39 yards to tie it up with 3:25 to go in the clock running. No, sir.
That was one of the ugliest looking kicks I've ever seen. I mean, that thing was just a line drive like it was the last shot out of a Roman candle. It was a line drive. It didn't get up. It didn't go end over end. It didn't do anything.
Helicopter.
I don't know what it did. Watch it. It's just going to take off to Allegre's left. Watch it. I guess it did end over end. That was just line. That wasn't even close.
And as a result, a fine drive engineered by the Giants comes to naught. They still...
Doing a quick check-in here with the Packers and the Buccaneers. Vinny Testaverde kind of moving around looking for a pass downfield, but he's going to get hit by Tim Harris, and Harris is going to force the fumble, another fumble on a day that's just been full of them. Green Bay falls on it, and they take over in Tampa territory. Game is still tied.
Pitch to Ken Davis. Davis is stopped short again, and a marvelous play by, and I didn't mean this, by Eugene Marv, former Buffalo Bill, but that's the best way to describe a great defensive play by the Tampa Bay Bucks, and it's 4th down and 4. So here were the Packers, less than a yard from a first down, and they lose yardage on their next 2 plays, and here comes Max Zendejas to try the field goal.
The last time that Zendejas was out here, Eugene Marv blocked his field goal try. It's 52-yarder, looks like.
52-yard exactly. Zendejas made good on a 50-yarder. That was the first scoring of the game. Bracken will hold to try to give the Packers the lead. It's long enough, but no good off to the right. Zendejas misses for the second time in 3 attempts. So the Pack could not take advantage of that big turnover, and it's Tampa Bay ball.
Bills highlight here, Jim Kelly, quick pass to Andre Reed, and nope. That's what he says to Lifford Hobley. Doesn't know what hit him up the sideline for 25 yards. Andre Reed making it happen, and now the Bills are in Dolphins territory. Let's take a look at that one more time. Just perfect spin move, brilliant awareness and balance from Reed. 6-6, still anyone's game.
NBC presents coverage of one of the grandest spectacles on earth, the opening ceremony of the games of the 24th Olympiad. The Olympics are live and only on NBC, and here come the Bills. He's got it to Thomas, and he just charges down to about the 7. T.J. Turner, among other Dolphins, are there to plug it up. 2nd down and goal.
Have to get in the end zone. We can't get a first down. We're just, as we said earlier, slightly inside the 10, so cannot get a first down. Have to score.
Thomas is sent out wide to the right side of the Buffalo formation, and Byron is lone back behind the quarterback, Kelly. 2nd down and goal. He wants to throw, looks left, throws right over the middle, and it is incomplete. He was trying to get it down to Burkett, but there was excellent defense on the part of the Dolphins. Looked like William Judson and Jarvis Williams, and they may have collided, and we have an injured Dolphin. Williams is slow getting up. Judson is the other player involved.
I believe that's exactly what happened, Chuck. They were coming opposite directions and collided in the middle of the goal post. Of course, they were going full speed.
Well, there's the man of the moment, possibly, Scott Norwood. It is at the 7-yard line. 3rd down and goal.
You're going to throw the ball, or you're going to set it up in the middle of the field for the field goal.
Well, it's in great position right now as far as Buffalo is concerned, but there's 3:27 left on the clock, and Marino can do a lot with that amount of time, and can most other quarterbacks. Out of the shotgun, Riddick off the left shoulder of Kelly. He looks, pump fake, throws into the end zone. Touchdown! Burkett. Chris Burkett. Apparently there's a penalty flag down, and there is, we see, inside the 5-yard line.
And the Miami Dolphins are jumping in the air like it's against the Bills.
Eligible receiver, number 67, downfield.
Uh-oh. Oh, ineligible receiver downfield, number 67 is Kent Hull. Center. Wipe out the TD. It'll be 3rd down. They're walking off the proper spot of the ball, and they put it right down in between the 18 and the 17.
It's hard to imagine how the center, number 67, is downfield.
There he
is,
67, inside the 5-yard line.
Between the 5-yard line and the goal line. You recall the ball was on the 7. You're not allowed to be more than 2 yards downfield.
3rd down and goal. Out at the 17. And out of the spread formation. The handoff to number 33, and he is around that corner. That's Harmon, and Harmon is banged out of bounds at about the 10. Ronnie Harmon.
You know, Chuck, that last play might have been a screen to the right. That's what Thomas Hull was doing out there. You saw Kelly look to the right, pump to the right, and then come back to...
Back to Atlanta. Take a look at the Falcons' John Settle. He takes the handoff and goes 62 yards down the field, going past everybody, getting well into Saints territory and into the red zone as well. That's where they need to be. They're down 8. Let's go there right now.
It's a 6-6 tie, and Norwood waiting to try a field goal. It's being spotted at about the 19. 29-yard boot. Spot's okay. Got the kick away. Looks all right. I don't see any penalty flags. And so the Buffalo Bills have moved out in front, breaking the 6-6 tie with 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining.
Secondary didn't have time to throw it. Big sack for the defense.
Ricky Jackson and Pat Swilling accounted for 20 sacks of the 47 recorded by New Orleans last season. Jackson's got 3 so far. Brings up 3rd and 21 for the Falcons at the New Orleans 24. Miller under pressure again. Frank Warren drags him out of bounds. And Gary, you ask why Riggs is not playing. Simply a coach's decision.
Well, it's certainly a very important part to this offense, but the other backs are doing a great job. I'm sure Marion Campbell says, hey, I want to make sure that I have Gerald Riggs for the entire season, not just 1 or 2 games. That was a big series of defense, some big plays by the New Orleans Saints to prevent them from getting in for a touchdown.
And a big play coming up for Greg Davis, a 41-yard attempt. And it's no good. So Greg Davis, the man who made his mark as a replacement player last year with the Falcons, misses a 41-yard field goal attempt.
Going to move back to Indianapolis. Looks like Jack Trudeau got hurt again, so now Chris Chandler is back under center for the 2nd time this game.
Dent. Dickerson.
And there's Dave.
And there is a flag. Boy, look at Singletary. I wonder if that flag will be against the Colts sideline.
Well, I tell you what, Mike gets worked up on the coin flip, though. He's involved.
Personal foul, spearing, unnecessary roughness.
Was it Duerson?
No, it was Singletary that got called for the spearing, but you know what he'll do along that sideline? He'll play it tough. Right side of your screen, you'll see him, number 50, Mike Singletary. David Duerson makes the stop, and Singletary, what he did was he put the head down. As soon as you put that head down, you're going to get the spearing call on the sideline. That was not a very generous call on the part of the officials.
No question about the call, though.
No, when you put that head down, you're going to get the spearing call.
Did not use the head as a weapon. 1st down and 10 at the 41. Chandler, the rookie quarterback, as the crowd grows silent. Dickerson spins his way across the 40 to the 37-yard line, and that's where Maurice Douglas makes the tackle.
In looking at that defense where Richard Dent is playing that stand-up linebacker / defensive end position, if I were the Colts, I'd look at very hard at looking at running a reverse on Richard, because he does not stay with the backside contained well enough. He reacts down the line of scrimmage like a defensive lineman would do. And maybe you want to come back with a reverse off of that.
Earlier in the game when Trudeau was hurt, Hogaboo came in. This time with his knee, they elected to go with the rookie. Chandler. Again, it's Dickerson. Hit behind the line of scrimmage. Ball's loose. Chicago says they got it.
We talked about Eric Dickerson putting the ball on the turf in the fourth quarter.
Chicago has it. McMichael makes the recovery.
What looked like it would happen was that Eric Dickerson got kicked in the face. It looked like a leg whip almost by Dan Hampton, number 99.
Quick recap of what just happened in the San Francisco-New York game. Barry Helton might have had a hand on his punt, kicks it downfield to the returner Phil McConkey, who almost falls down but stays on his feet upright and is able to return the ball 33 yards down the field. That's just what the doctor ordered for the Giants. They're still down 3. Let's head there.
The rookie out of Boston College. Now, do you think field goal here to tie? You can't afford to do that, John.
I would be scared to death after what my field goal kicker just did on that last time. I would have gone for a shot there on first down. I'd sure go for a shot throwing the ball on second and third down. Then if I can't do it that way, then I'd go for the field goal to tie.
Otis Anderson in with Maurice Carthen in the backfield, 2nd and 10. Sims, far corner, Manuel, touchdown! Seconds left. A leg raise extra point is good.
Watch Sims back here. He's watching Manuel all the way. Manuel starts to the inside, then goes back out to the corner.
Big score for the Giants. Now the Buccaneers are looking to do the same in Lambeau. Vinny Testaverde making a big pass downfield. That's to Bruce Hill, a 22-yard gain in tight coverage from Mark Lee. Falls right outside the red zone, so we're going to go there now.
Would be into the win.
Well, Vinny's going to take as much time off the clock right now. The Packers have just one timeout remaining. In order to stop the clock, they're going to run this one right down to the very end and let Igwe Buike kick that winning field goal.
Nice goal.
Thanks.
11th play of the drive coming. 2nd and goal on the 5. Wilder leaps. Maybe a yard, that's all. And we have under a minute to go. And the clock continues to run. And Tampa Bay Buccaneers have yet to call one of their remaining timeouts, and now they do with 42 seconds to go. Is it Green Bay or Tampa Bay that time?
Green Bay called the timeout. And one of the problems is their sideline wanted that timeout about 5 or 6 seconds before they actually got the attention of the referees on the field to call that timeout. In fact, one of the players came off the sideline, Chuck Cecil, and ran out to the referee to make him call the timeout. Nobody was heads up enough on the Packer defense to look to the sideline to see if they should, in fact, call the timeout. So they lost about 4 or 5 seconds there. Who knows, they may come in handy later on.
Coming up next on CBS Sports, top-seeded Yvonne Lendl goes for his 4th straight U.S. Open Tennis Championship when he faces the 2nd seed Mats Wilander. He has a lot at stake. He has won 2 Grand Slams in 3 tries. The only one he hasn't won is Wimbledon, and will try to make it 3 out of 4. So it's the U.S. Open men's final coming up next on CBS. Right now, Perkins talking to Testaverde. He has a 3rd and goal at the 4.
One of the things, each kicker has a preferred place on the field to kick the ball, whether it's a left hash mark or it's right in the middle or it's the right hash mark. Iggy has told Coach Perkins exactly where he wants the ball to be placed. Look for this running play to go to one side for that specific reason.
So you know that you feel there will not be a pass attempt here by Testaverde.
I guarantee you they're just telling the backs right now. Vinny is in the huddle. He's telling his guys, hang on to the ball. We're not going to worry about the touchdown. We're going to get the We're going to get the field goal coming up soon.
3rd and goal at the 4. Testaverde on a keeper is thrown for a loss. Tim Harris with a big play. Still, however, within field goal range of Igwe-Bike. The clock held at 39 right now.
Harris is on the far right.
Moments ago, Washington at a 4th and 1. They give it to Jamie Morris. He's in for the ejected Timmy Smith, but he's able to convert, so it's 1st and 10 from the 30 for Washington. Let's bring them in side by side here.
Number 97. Fool me once, not twice. This is the second bootleg they've tried on this particular drive, and Harris stayed at home looking for Vinny to come outside. Very difficult to run a bootleg twice in one game and fool the same guy both times. Great play by Harris.
It was, and the clock continues to run. Here is his reaction. The clock is continuing to run here. We have 13 seconds to go. Harris talking up there.
He's telling him, hey, listen, fool me once, you're not going to get around me another time. The ball is on the left hash mark, and obviously the clock down now to 3 seconds, 1 play left.
Now the question here, why do you let it go down as far as 3 seconds on a situation like that, where a penalty against the offense may not let you get another play off, another kick?
Well, in this situation, Dick, it's 4th down. It really doesn't matter. This is going to be the last play of regulation. He makes the kick, the game's over. But in another situation, say it was 2nd or 3rd down, where they have another down to use, you wouldn't run the clock down to 3 seconds. Right. You might leave 8 or 9 seconds on clock, just in case what happens, like you say. Also, what could happen is a muffed snap from center, where Tampa Bay could still fall on the ball. They would still have the opportunity to line up again and kick it on a down like 2nd or 3rd. But all that is really doesn't matter, because it's 4th down. And Iggy is going to get a chance to win this ball game.
Well, this is it. Game hanging in the balance. Igwe-Bike has been successful on a 53-yard field goal. He missed a 58-yarder.
The other thing is that the Packers do not have any timeouts left, so they cannot ice Iggy any more than he's already been iced by his own team with the last timeout.
28-yard attempt. Criswell will hold. Dan Turk is the center. Here it is. The kick is up, and the kick is good, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, on a field goal by Donald Igwe-Bike, have given Ray Perkins a victory, 13-10.
The Redskins, they started this on their own 26. Now they're on to Pittsburgh 7 with a 1st down and goal to go, and they're trailing 29-20. Williams, complete. And Bryant is in for the touchdown. Calvin Bryant. And the Redskins are right back into this thing. They're nearly passing on every play now.
The Washington Redskins have got so many people moving, it's easy to lose track of a receiver. And right there, again, it's Hinkle.
Is the reason of the crowd. They just can't hear. And you see that Montana, that was his fault. Montana left early. Montana bailed out of there before the ball was snapped. He would like to get in the shotgun.
Montana, Rice, he's open. No flags are down. Touchdown.
Talk about something quiet in the game. We're just saying Rice hasn't done anything. It hasn't been a game. They get Jerry Rice out there, unmarked Collins, who covered them all day superbly.
Montana, you worry? Can he throw
Massive
the ball?
play there from Jerry Rice, and all these games are getting down to the wire. 44 seconds left in the Buffalo-Miami game. The Dolphins have one more chance to get it done. They're at the Buffalo 40, so let's see what they can do and go there now in the double box.
Pay him a lot of money, and that's why he said last night, I'm going to change that today.
Bill McConkey barely had time to put the towel away. And Rice stuns this crowd and the Giants. 78 yards.
I'll tell you, that was a perfect throw by Montana. He's out here. Here's Rice right here. Montana again can't shotgun, just comes back, hits Rice right over the top of Mark Collins. Watch him. Collins comes up. Watch it touch Joe Montana half.
That's a 40-second timeout.
40-second timeout taken by Miami. Rivez waiting his turn on the sideline. It is 4th down and 5. And with 41 seconds on the clock for Miami, this is the game right here. Deep drop. Incomplete. At the 30-yard line, Mark Kelso makes the play. Jensen, the intended receiver, and with 37 seconds left, that's the ball game. Kelly and his teammates now just run out the clock.
Had to complete this pass to hold on to it. You can see Mark Kelso all over Jensen. Close play, close call, incomplete. Buffalo takes over the game and the ball game.
Here's a look at it again.
Jack Trudeau back in the game for Indianapolis under center, and he's going to take a big shot down the field and once again get picked off by Vesty Jackson. Jackson's second of the day. He only had one interception all of last year, and that's going to about do it for Indianapolis.
There is Ron Meyer. I'm sure he's a little bit disgusted because he was looking for what should have been the second victory in a row for him this season. When you look at what happened to them last week against Houston, they're putting the ball on the ground, critical time. The same thing this week with the Dickerson fumble late in the football game.
Vesty Jackson, 2 interceptions. Clutch plays. Big catch by Wendell Davis earlier. McMahon tough in the clutch. 4 for 5 on that big drive. Gentry had a big day.
There's a final. Buffalo beat Miami by 3, 9-6. That sounds like a baseball score.
Sounds like that Cleveland-Boston score. The Indians beat the Red Sox 4-2. As you look at the other scores. Second and 7 from the 31. Market make it 2nd and 8. Sewell slides along. They'll say it was down at the 27. Flecko tripped him up. So it looks as if the Colts will become 0-2. And the Bears will go 2-0.
And the Colts have played 2 good football games, but have just allowed the game to slip away from them 2 weeks in a row in the 4th quarter.
How much heat will Dickerson take for fumbling in crucial situations both weeks?
Well, I think he's going to take a lot of heat, but Jack Trudeau certainly should not, because many times when he was passing the football, he didn't have time to set up. The key question, though, for the Indianapolis Colts is what's wrong with Gary Hogeboom and Ron Meyer in their relationship?
This could be the last play of the game. Of course, Eric Dickerson was telling us yesterday, you know, he carries the ball so many times and there's so many snaps in a ball game, he fumbles it one time and all the focus comes on him. And that should do it.
There's Mike coming across to shake hands with Ron Meyer. These guys were friends down in Texas. They knew each other when Ron was at SMU and Mike was with the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, he's going to say hello to his old buddy Gary Hogaboom from the Cowboys.
Hard to figure out, Dan, why Hogaboom came in when Trudeau hurt his ribs early.
So Chicago will get the win, and now in Washington, Bubby Brister hit hard on a crucial third down. That's going to give the Redskins the ball again. They're only down by 2. The Steelers missed an extra point earlier, so that might come back to haunt them.
Phil Simms has to get the ball to Manuel. I would think he's his guy in this situation.
4 wide receiver set. Baker, the lone man on the left side. 3-man rush, 4-man rush now. Simms back and gets rid of it just before Gordon McCarter called in the grasp. Final score, Tampa Bay defeats Green Bay by 3. Donald Igwebuike, and Buffalo gets a field goal late in the game to edge Miami by 3. Washington has scored again, 29-27. Second down and 10. And the final, Verlander and Lindell coming next. Drop, Ingram.
I think Phil Simms has had a good day today, and the passes that really haven't been complete are ones that he got rushed and had to throw them away, or ones that guys have dropped, such as Ingram dropping that one. What's funny about this game, it went, you know, pretty good in the first half, then it went to kind of the defenses took over, and then boom, explosive at the end.
That's a double boom, boom and boom.
Who would have thought?
3rd and 10. Ingram behind him. Allegre missed a 39-yarder that would have tied the game, but that became academic. Well, it didn't become academic, because had he made it and things gone as they have since, we'd be tied at 20.
Yeah, but then you go to the if and if. Right, if you know, the Giants have dropped 5 passes today. Had they caught those, had, you know, something happened for the 49ers, they could have scored another one, and that's the way it is.
4th and 10. Simms needs a couple more, has it. First down.
You know, I still think that, you know, the Giants have to think here, and the 49ers defensively have to think here in terms of a field goal. You know, all they have to do is get about 30 more yards, 2 quick completions, and then take a shot at the field goal.
Giants have used their final timeout, 17 seconds remaining. This one was just kind of
Going to bring in Washington here. The Redskins are in the red zone with only 1 minute and 40 left to play.
And then Lionel Manuel caught a pass from Phil Simms, put the Giants on top 17-13, and with 42 seconds to go.
And you see Bill Walsh here. He's probably as upset with the prevent defense as the fans are. You know, the fans always say prevent. What does it prevent? It just prevents victory. And the 49ers are in it. They're all off. The Giants are completing passes. And the head coach is mad about it.
1st and 10. That's caught. Ingram makes the catch in front of Tom Holmoe. 4 seconds to go. I don't know that they'll have time to get another play snap.
I don't know where that ball came from, because usually until they're ready, the umpire will stand on the ball. He's the official behind the defense. That ball came flying out of there. I don't know where it came from.
Game is over on the play.
The game is over, as Gordon McCarter says, despite the argument offered by Phil Simms. A 78-yard touchdown pass, Montana to Jerry Rice with 42 seconds remaining. And Bill Walsh's 49ers.
Reception when Bradshaw Bradshaw through to Frenchie Fuqua. Jack Tatum over the shoulder deflected it to Franco Harris, rumbling down the field. Suddenly Harris has the ball and he scores. And Mr. Rooney stepped off the elevator. They ran over and hugged him, and he said, "What's the matter?" Everybody's roaring. He says, "We won." And he didn't see the most famous play in Steeler history.
I'm sure he'd be proud now, as he was then, of his Steeler team. Be very proud of the way they played today. I'm sure his thought would be the same as you see Jacoby up off the ground. His thought would be the same as Chuck Knowles today. Let's finish it off right.
Yeah.
There's scrappers. The old man was a scrapper. The chief was a scrapper. And he was proud of the way his teams played. I think he'd be proud of the way they played today. But they would like to see the day finish right for him. The Redskins, on the other hand, are looking at probably one more down here and then a field goal. And there'll be some time left for Brister.
It's on the 11-yard line of the Steelers. They have a third down and a long 2 to go. Steelers are ahead by 2, and the Redskins, of course, are hoping to get a touchdown or the field goal shot to win it. This is Calvin Bryant. Bryant has
I think he may have a first down. May have a first down.
And he stays in bounds, too.
Now that hurts the Steeler cause. Going to move the chains. Going to take the clock on down. 109, 108. That means that they keep that clock moving. Steelers now are in pretty deep trouble.
Bryant's ran the ball well since they put him there in that tailback
You bet he has.
spot.
McEwen, watch the block here. McEwen driving his man Gowdy outside to make that first down possible.
First and goal to go. Now they can fool around 2 or 3 more downs. The Steelers are out of timeout. It's on the 7-yard line. First and goal. And Bryant's dropped at the 9-yard line for a loss. All the Steeler bench has moved down toward that end of the field. And part of the crowd, it's odd. It looks like the field's been tilted from the left to the right. Get a shot of this Redskin bench.
Size of some of those players probably has tipped it down a little bit.
Yeah, well, you can't. That's Pittsburgh. They don't care. They're
still concerned. They'd like to see a turnover
watch
here.
it. Now look at the Redskin bench over here. Redskins just called a time, and they're all down there at that one end of the field.
20 seconds on the clock, Kurt. Now, I think what they may elect to do here is to go for the field goal early, knowing that if they got a bad snap, they could just cover the ball and go for it again on the next down. Or are they going to go again with another play? Let's see.
I wonder what the Redskin all-time passing attempt record is. Probably more than 51.
Well, Sonny Jurgensen used to be here. They may have thrown 70 passes when Sonny was the quarterback.
Sonny used to. Williams is throwing 56. Here's the Redskin report. Williams, Smith disqualified after gaining 58 yards. Look at Sanders, 145 yards,
Look
5 passes.
424 yards. 424 yards on the day.
Who's the most valuable player in this game? Huh?
I think Brister is. I think Brister is, even in a losing clock.
It's not a bad shot. I'll go with you. Now they're just going to get this ball, and Williams going to throw. Be sure he won't throw it in the way. He's got it. And that's where is he? He's out of bounds. Stops the clock.
Terry Orr making that catch on the outside. And again, high percentage play. No chance to intercept that one. If it's not completed, it goes out of bounds.
Why is that? Isn't that more of a gamble than just handing off, running straight into the line?
They have a great deal of confidence in Doug Williams and in their passing game. And they're not afraid to throw it in any situation. But here they're taking the advantage. 14 seconds on the clock. It's third down, so if by chance there was a bad snap, they've just told the snapper to lay down on the ball, and they'll move it back to there and snap it again and take it on the fourth down. So it's I think a smart call to leave a little bit of time on the clock and to leave an extra down on the clock.
Joe Gibbs' teams in 8 openers have lost 5. They're sort of a slow starting team. In his first year, Gibbs lost his first 5 games as head coach. And how about Chuck Noll? In his first year, he won his opening game and then lost 13 in a row, which is why he got to draft Joe Green first. And the next year, they got to draft a young quarterback named Terry Bradshaw. Bradshaw going to Hall of Fame. Green's already a couple of pretty good picks. One, a foundation for the defense. Another one, the blockbuster for the offense. All right, here's Chip Lohmuller. Miller Steeler, the University of Minnesota rookie. And they drafted him in the second round. What are the Steelers going to do here now?
Well, I think the Steelers are doing a little praying right there, and that's all they have left. There's no time on the clock. I'll tell you what the Redskins are doing. They're saying, look, in spite of the mistakes we made today, in spite of how many times we hurt ourselves, let's get this one through the uprights. We'll win this game and put it behind us. And they have done quite a job of coming back in the second half against a very tough Steeler team and against a comeback team that will even get better with that young man at the helm.
That's right. This is a 20-yard field goal, maybe 20.5 yards for Chip Lohmiller that could win the game. Look out, there's offside. The kick is up, and the kick is...
Now, the whistle may have blown.
They had encroachment.
The whistle may have blown before the ball was kicked, in which case they're going to have to kick it again, Kurt.
Yeah. It was encroachment. The Steeler had charged off and slammed into a Washington body.
That was Aaron Jones. Not a bad thing to do.
Encroachment, number 97, before the snap. Half the distance to the goal line, and we have to re-kick. Still third down.
Puts a little pressure on the kicker. And they may want to put some time back on the clock here. No? What are they going to do?
Down to 11 now.
Yeah, they're going to reset it.
I still say in the third that when the Steelers had the ball and the lead and a third down and a foot to go on the 29-yard line, or on the 20-yard line of the Redskins midway in the third quarter, and fumbled the ball away, if they'd have gone in and scored, then they might have sealed it up.
Might have sealed it up. You're right.
Yeah, that fumble, that's the only turnover they've had in 2 games. That one fumble on the Redskins 20. The kick was up and it was good. And the Redskins take the lead for the first time since early in the game. 30-29. A great comeback win if they win it here in the last 12 seconds for the Redskins. And a heartbreaker for the dangerous and scrappy young Pittsburgh Steelers.
An incredible sigh of relief on the Washington Redskins sideline.
Don't forget about the Atlanta-New Orleans game. We've got Chris Miller doing a huge Hail Mary down the field, but it's going to get actually right into the hands of Gene Atkins, a Saint. So it's picked off by New Orleans, and they're going to win this game. They'll advance to 1-1, and the Falcons will fall to 0-2. Let's get back to the last game remaining, Washington and Pittsburgh.
But this kid kept him in the ball game, Bubby Brisker. And we're going to pick him as the most valuable player. He scored a touchdown. He was the team leader for him. And Budweiser will make a contribution to the United Way on behalf of all the MVPs selected in today's game.
That's not in any way a slap at Williams, but one of the things that I can point out is that Brister had fewer weapons to work with today than Williams did. And, of course, Williams almost gave them insurmountable problems by blowing an opportunity with the interception at halftime. So that's the reason that my vote would go for Brister on the day.
Well, I'm with you, partner. From Utah. A couple of old Rocky Mountain boys here.
A couple of mountain boys. I guess that's all right. They'll let us hang around here in Washington a little bit.
We want to thank Joe Costanza and company, of Spotters, Pat Hanlon, Mike Knifer, helping here in the booth, Chick Becker, and Joe Band. Reunited with Chet Forty, first time in years. Chet and I used to work a lot of Olympics together. And
George Smith doing a great job at producing for us.
Yeah, he used to be around. Good man. That's pounding around. They won't get much of a return on this. Get outside, get out of bounds, get out of bounds, and he does it. He's out of bounds on the 43 with 3 seconds. One play.
5 seconds on the clock.
Well, I wish I could have seen Dick before. Well, I did see him there in the football meeting before he went to the Olympics, and one of my favorites, not only as an announcer, but as a close friend of mine. And I wish all the NBC crew a lot of luck and soul, and I know they'll do a job.
Well, they're getting ready for some of the most incredible coverage ever. In fact, the most incredible coverage ever of an Olympics in terms of time and effort, manpower. And I think it's exciting. I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I did 8 of them, and I can tell you, they're work, but it's a lifetime memory. They'll have a lifetime memory out of that.
Well, a final opportunity for
Bubby Brister.
One play.
He's got Merle Hodge. They got 4 wide receivers spread out. They're rushing 3 men. Brister is going to throw the ball deep, and that is to Louis Lips. It's broken up, and the game is over. The Redskins have come from behind and won. There's Lips and Darrell Green shaking hands. A narrow one, and Joe Gibbs is going to be breathing a real sigh of relief. This could have been Disasterville for him. They're 0-2, you know, but now they're 1-1, and they got by a tough team today.
And a veteran Washington team goes over to shake the hand of a strong young football power.
On behalf of Merlin Olsen, this is Kurt Gowdy.
Wow. Wow, oh wow, how about the ending to all those games this afternoon? We had 5 one-possession games and 4 games where the winner was decided in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. Lots of fireworks right at the end. San Francisco defeats New York 20-17. The Steelers lost to the Redskins just by 1 with that last-minute field goal. 29-21, the Saints take over the Falcons easily. 9-6, a close one in Buffalo, but they take care of the Dolphins. The Bucks defeat the Packers 13-10, and then 17-13 Chicago over Indianapolis. Let's take a look at some of the best highlights from the games this afternoon, starting off with the Niners and Giants. Steve Young, this one happened really early, just in the first quarter. He gets hit by Andy Heaton, and he loses the ball. The Giants recover it early on, and then soon after that, Phil Simms with a nice 22-yard laser pass to Lionel Manuel, and soon after that, Doug Dubose here on this touchdown run up and over. Looks like a lot of fun, actually, but the 49ers get on the board. And actually, Joe Montana came in the second half to start as quarterback for the Niners. Raul Allegre missed this game-tying field goal late in the fourth quarter. He missed 2 kicks today, but there was also this big punt return by Phil McConkey to make up for that with 2 minutes left in the game. It looks like he's about to stumble and fall over, but he's able to turn it around and then turn on the burners and run it all the way down the field to the 15-yard line, giving New York some hope past the 2-minute warning. And Phil Simms has another laser touchdown pass to Lionel Manuel that looks almost identical to the one in the first half. Now that looked like it was going to be the go-ahead score for the win for the Giants, but never count out Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. Rice gets right past Mark Hullins and catches it and runs 78 yards all the way to the house to win it for the 49ers. They take the win 20-17, and they're 2-0. Now let's go over to the Redskins and Steelers game from RFK Stadium. Early on, Super Bowl MVP Doug Williams heaves this one down the field, an easy 55-yard touchdown right into the hands of Ricky Sanders. Big bomb to start things off early for the Redskins, but Bubby Brister and the Steelers, well, Bubby can do better than that. He can do better through the air, 62 yards through the air, 82 yards total for the touchdown. That one goes to Louis Lips on a massive bomb that gets the Steelers on board. Bubby was actually pretty incredible today. He had this run on the first drive of the second half, just crossing the goal line as well. And then another thing that happened right in the second half was this fight between Timmy Smith and Cornell Gowdy of the Steelers. Running back Smith actually got ejected from this scuffle. You can see him here not looking happy on the sidelines. He got replaced with Jamie Morris, and Morris actually had a touchdown run right after that. He's excited and keeping the Skins alive. Bubby Brister, then another gigantic play, an 80-yard catch and run. This time it's from Dwight Stone. Note that Pittsburgh had 2 drives where they scored touchdowns on the first play, and huge ones at that. And then Doug Williams had this touchdown pass to Kelvin Bryant to bring them within 3 as they missed an extra point, the Steelers did, on one of their touchdowns. And then it's all up to the rookie kicker, Lohmiller. Chip Lohmiller, a second-round pick, gets this 19-yard last-minute field goal with a minute left to give the Skins the win, and they're feeling good after a loss last week, 1-1. Let's go down south to Atlanta, where the Falcons are taking on the New Orleans Saints today. Chris Miller started things off with this 20-yard touchdown pass to Ken Wisenhunt. and things looked pretty good for the Falcons, starting off a 4th and 1 play and a 42-yard touchdown to Alex Higdon. He caught one last week as well and got right inside the pylon. Bobby Hebert, though, was quick to respond with a touchdown pass of his own, this time to Eric Martin at the end of the first half. Beautifully floated right into his hands over 2 defenders and into the end zone. Things were kind of up and down for the most part for the Saints early on. Dalton Hilliard also fumbled, and it was recovered by the Falcons' Bobby Butler, who got a really nice return off of it, getting all the way to the Saints' 23-yard line, and that would set up a score here. John Settle, the fullback, getting a nice run. He also had a 62-yard run earlier in the game. And then Ruben Mays, another touchdown run, this time for New Orleans. It took a while, but it looks like they finally found their groove. And to end the game, better late than never, and a bit of a redemption story for Dalton Hilliard. He gets this TD run to seal the deal for New Orleans. They're going to win this game 29-21 and advance to 1-1. And we ain't the Aints no more. Some traveling Saints fan glad they got to see their team win in Atlanta. AFC East matchup, Dolphins and Bills. You're going to see this footage a lot this week. A big catch controversy. Did Rob Riddick make this catch? The refs ruled it incomplete even with instant replay. Check where his feet are. Check if he had possession. They said no. Jim Kelly also was strip sacked by Paul Langford deep in the red zone, and the Dolphins recovered the ball. But they had struggles of their own. Fuad Reviz, their kicker, missed from 50 yards. The kick was short, and you got to wonder what's going on with the Dolphins to start out the year. Not looking so hot, can't even put any points on the board. Jim Kelly found tight end Pete Metalars for a 22-yard gain, and that would set up a Scott Norwood kick that would end up being the game winner from 28 yards out. And you can see the kick, even if you can't see the ball, you can see the reaction from the crowd that, yeah, it went through, and the Bills in Orchard Park are going to win this game. Last chance for the Dolphins. Dan Marino's pass on 4th down falls incomplete. It was broken up by Mark Kelso, and now the Dolphins are 0-2, and the Bills are 2-0. Let's head now to Lambeau Field. It's a battle of the Bays in the NFC Central, Green Bay and Tampa Bay, of course. Here we see Randy Wright scrambling around. He finds Brent Smallwood early on in the first quarter, runs outside and gets a nice touchdown to put the Packers ahead early on, but don't celebrate too early, Brent. You're going to fumble later on and get hit by actually rookie Sean Lee of the Bucks, who's going to strip and recover that fumble, and that's going to put the Bucks in some nice field position for this Lars Tate TD run. He's also a rookie, so a great day for the first years here in Tampa Bay and Lambeau. They'll get 7 on the board, and then a tale of 2 kickers as well. Max Zandejas of the Packers doesn't even come close with this 47-yard field goal. That's no good. Vinny Testaverde would also get strip sacked later on by Tim Harris. Packers get the ball back. That's going to set up another Zendejas field goal, but let's see this one. It's actually even longer, 52 yards. That one is also no good, and you have to feel like the Packers are very frustrated right now. Vinny Testaverde in the 4th quarter will get the ball back and make this amazing throw and an even more amazing catch by Bruce Hill with just under 2 minutes left. That was lightning fast, but the refs saw it and they say that's a good catch. And then finally, Donald Igwaibike is going to kick the game winner for Tampa Bay, a 28-yard game-winning field goal with under 2 minutes left. And Tampa Bay heads up north, and they get a leg up in the NFC Central Division. They're going to win at 13-10. Packers have lost 2 games straight right now, both at home. And that's just good news for the Chicago Bears, who got a win in Indianapolis today. Let's take a look at that game early on. Jim McMahon, this might be the most beautiful play you'll see all day. That is a 40-yard touchdown pass to Dennis Gentry. And Jack Trudeau, he had a rough day to say the least. You can see this first injury that he had today early in the first quarter. You can see one of his offensive linemen hit his head. Maybe that's what did it. He was down on the field for a while. Chris Chandler came in and relieved him for a short while, but Trudeau would eventually come back in. Though he only had 4 completions all day, the good news is that this was one of them. It was a 48-yard bomb. Clarence Verdon on the catch, and Eric Dickerson also showed up today, 13-yard touchdown run, and a nice little spin move thrown in for good measure on the way into the end zone. The Bears responded with a go-ahead touchdown run from Matt Suhi, and then things started to kind of fall apart for the Colts, as we see here. Eric Dickerson gets the ball again, but he is stripped, and that is none other than William the Fridge Perry on that strip and recovery. So the Bears get the ball back, and they would pretty much go on to keep the lead. One last chance from Jack Trudeau, and he gets picked off again for the second time in the day from Vesti Jackson. We mentioned Jackson just had one interception all last year, and he has two today on Trudeau on a win for the Bears, 17-13, and they've got a great leg up in that division, 2-0 on the year. But now it is time, as you know, when we end things here, it's time to take a look at every single touchdown that was scored today throughout all of the afternoon games. So let's get started on that right now. Well, that's all the time we have here for today. I hope that you enjoyed this vintage Red Zone experience, and I think some thanks are in order. Most of all, the man behind this channel, the legendary Jaguar Gator 9, who put all of these games together and edited them all together and found all the stats and the highlights. He did all this. He's a one-man army, and anyone who's been on our NFL on Reddit knows that he is the king of the in-depth and obscure posts, and has been doing that for about half-decade now on that community. So immense, ridiculous, monstrous thanks to him, and a big shout out to that entire community that's kept me sane over the last 9 years or so with everything football related. So thanks for watching, and subscribe to Jaguar Gator 9's channel. And my name is Fenshield. It's time to go, and hope to see you around here very soon.